El consumo blanco ario del norte está acercándonos a la extinción de la humanidad. Entonces, los problemas políticos y de inestabilidad de nuestros países crecerán. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte como en Palestina. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración.
That brings me to what Trump is now vowing over the weekend. And this should be known so you understand what we get from Trump tomorrow night at the debate might not be this extreme. He might even run right away from this. But to his base, with that programming, he is campaigning on what he says he will do, that he will order officials to go past what I just showed you the law is, that he will do, quote, bloody border enforcement, that he will have people, quote, killed immediately for returning to the U.S. border.
Getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. If you come back, you will be executed, you will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote, me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote, me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia, yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia, pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias, si no topa el boli en breve nos para en la calle, no puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle, no quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle, quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre, a la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo, puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo, loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país, todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs, pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis, loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de cote con el quesada, rifando por todos lados, atento si prendo un blunt, en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo, cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado, chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa Lefty bien bajado, puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca, pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca, ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca, si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte endondeando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la selva. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey,
Los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ Dundeque en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the
Isaiah
U.S.
chapter
copyright law.
58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
tweet. Ahora Babylon Real. En esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice? Llaman a Real. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal physical redemption hasta cacacar el baile. Typical styling, musical fraile. Mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love, love, love. Siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cypher. Feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Guarda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas. Más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa. No tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza. Las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza. La belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vueltas que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school. It's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de Benur, pero calidez del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killerman, Smoker, Chusta, feel like a Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, original a reggae Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, de los que alinean la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, so start my friend, yeah. Reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, creating the freedom from them, me more. Any boy represent this game.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Falta presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer, que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de gancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from. Solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, killer man al mando. Oh, na, na, na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios. Para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre mi imaginario, que mocheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat.
Throw the jungle in the street.
Reggae music pan de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti. Pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
What time is it?
Es de reventar el beat.
Throw the jungle in the street.
Reggae music pan de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti. Pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. Let me take this off real quick. See, hold on. Cool. You guys are doing well. Hope you guys can hear me. I think we're doing okay so far. Usually there's a problem, and I think today there may not be a problem. Okay.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Hey, Wobbles, or I should say, you that want to steal a heritage.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that puto!
What up, bro? What up? What a kuya? What a kuya? Shalom, ishi Yahoo. Yahoo. If you guys, but I want to share something with you guys. If You guys look behind me here real quick. You see that thing over there? Hold on, let me show you. That right there, it's not lit or anything. There's no light on it. It's just using the reflection of the light, and that looks like it's on. I think that's pretty tight. Anyways, I found it a long time ago, man. I thought I'd share that with y'all. Hold on. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. All right, enough about that show-off shit. All right, so there's a few people. It's all good. Let's get this going. Let's get the show on the road. Topic of the day. Boom, right here, okay? This is a topic. This is a topic, and why am I going to talk about it? Well, because, you know, it's come to my attention. If you really think back at what occurred in 1492, the history that was taught to us, what we were told, how it was supposed to be, supposedly, right? And apparently, supposedly, that they accidentally found this land and that they wanted to just to convert the heathen. Nobody knew. Yo no sé nada, right? Yo no sé nada. I don't know nothing. All I know is we were kicked out. We wanted to find new land, and we're Europeans, and then we're kicked out of Europe, by the way. Remind yourself of that. They're Europeans, but they're kicked out of Europe. Does that make sense? So you got to be mindful of that, right? And then that there's this randomly showed up to this island over here, supposedly, and somehow they were surprised. Okay. And then when these Christians come here, right? Then they say to us that we were converted because the Gentiles were given the doctrine to prophesy to all nations. The doctrine of discovery, so-called, right? The same Christians that tell you and I that the Messiah did away with the laws. So follow me here, okay? The same Christians that say, no, the laws are done away with. The same ones that said, oh, no, we were given the right to prophesy, came to convert us, not with words, but with swords, physical swords, like actual, you know what I mean? Like rough stuff, right? Now, that's the history. And then they teach us the Virgin Mary, which is not true, and I can prove it. They teach us all kinds of doctrines. The Christian compendium tell us not to read right, but only can learn the Padre Nuestro, Ave Maria, Ten Commandments, 10 Mandamientos, El Credo, and, the Rosary. That we did know. And then for several hundred years, we don't know much other than around 1940, we start learning how to read, right? And then we start getting the concept. Now, let's bring us back to 1492. Why is that important? I'm going to tell you why it's important, okay? Because instead of unlike a lot of you guys that may think you're awake, you're not awake, okay? You don't know still what's going on. Because I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to be in for a full damn surprise. You that have been watching this channel should understand that I've been on a path, and everything that I've shared has come to pass. Everything. I have not lied nor misspoken. I called out certain people. I said they were going to act this way. They were going to conduct themselves a certain way, and y'all didn't believe me. I said, hey, listen, don't be believing the hype of these so-called Sephardic Jews and all their shit, because you know what I'm saying? That may be troublesome, because I know the history. You didn't listen. Okay, well, come to find out that those are the bastards that had a lot to do with the whole 1492, and then a lot of stuff. So we knew, I'm going to touch on what I'm talking about, because I'm going to show it. We knew that the Spaniards came and burned us, slaughtered us, raped, grabbed the women, the babies by the legs, smashed them on the stones. We thought they came in the Christian name, by the way. I want to tell you that. That was supposedly why they came. So they want to convert us, but then they slaughter us. It makes no sense, right? However, when you start thinking and talking about, well, who in reality are these people? And what in reality did they believe? Did they really believe in Christianity? Because we do hear about people having a forced conversion, right? So did they really believe in their conversion of Christianity from, should I say, Islam, or you know what I mean, or Jewish teachings, you know what I'm saying, or Christianity? Like, did they really convert? And that's what I'm going to be pointing out. I'm going to be pointing that out because guess what? They started it, they're here, and they're continuing it, and they're starting the fight once again. Let's listen to this. I put this as a short, and a lot of you guys didn't listen. Let's listen to it real quick. Hey, oh, hold on a second. Let me turn this on.
De nuestros países crecerán del consumo blanco ario del norte, que está acercándonos a la extinción de la humanidad. Entonces, los problemas políticos y de inestabilidad de nuestros países crecerán. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte como en Palestina. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración.
That brings me to what Trump is now vowing over the weekend. And this should be known so you understand what we get from Trump tomorrow night at the debate might not be this extreme. He might even run right away from this. But to his base, with that programming, he is campaigning on what he says he will do, that he will order officials to go past what I just showed you the law is, that he will do, quote, bloody border enforcement, that he will have people, quote, killed immediately for returning to the U.S. border.
Getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. If you come back, you will be executed. You will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it.
Okay, so for you guys that didn't catch what that was, okay, what you didn't catch, what that, I'm sorry, let me see if it's working. Okay, cool. So what you didn't catch was that Petro, this man here, they had a Latino or Latin international community gathering. Him, AMLO, a lot of presidents in Latino America gathered together. They were talking about the problem at hand, the problem that has been going at hand since 1950. Okay, in case you don't know, millions of our brothers and sisters have been dying because of the necessity of a drug need. You understand what I'm saying? So he's talking about that. Now, he's also saying, listen, the end is going to be the consumption of these people. And eventually, it's going to be the detriment of that country. So even though that it'll be a detriment, there'll still be a little bit more favor in regard to the economy. However, it's going to cause a lot of chaos over here in the so-called exodus. And I believe that what we're seeing with the Palestinians is going to be exactly happening to what's going to happen to us. They're not going to let them in. They're going to be under stress. And they're going to want to do what? They're going to shoot. They're not going to embrace them. They're going to shoot them. And they're going to kill them. Listen to what he's saying. I'm not saying it. He's saying it. This is a president, by the way, who is an economist. He looks at the economy, or at least he's a president with the economy mentality, which means he looks at graphs, history, and future. He looks at what seems to occur often, and he seems to see this occurring. It's common sense. It don't take an astronaut to figure that out. Listen to that. Pay attention.
El consumo blanco ario del norte está acercándonos a la extinción de la humanidad. Entonces, los problemas políticos y de inestabilidad del consumo blanco ario del norte está acercándonos a la extinción de la humanidad. Entonces, los problemas políticos y de inestabilidad de nuestros países crecerán. Crisis climática que será respondida por el norte como en Palestina. No los van a invitar, no les van a permitir la entrada, ametrallarán y usarán campos de concentración.
they will get shot and they will use concentration camps. And I'm going to show you. Let's go.
That brings me to what Trump is now vowing over the weekend. This should be known so you understand what we get from Trump tomorrow night at the debate might not be this extreme. He might even run right away from this, but to his base, with that programming, he is campaigning on what he says he will do, that he will order officials to go past what I just showed you the law is, that he will do, quote, bloody border enforcement, that he will have people, quote, killed immediately for returning to the U.S. border.
Getting them out will be a bloody story. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. If you come back, you will be executed. You will be killed immediately. Not going to be easy, but we'll do it.
And I'm stressing this out because of this. Matter of fact, I'm going to read this real quick. I'm going to bring some scriptures out here because we're going to find out that even the Messiah was dealing with these people, man. It's amazing the stuff that, like that video I showed the other day, these Khazars, when you think you know something about them, man, they surprise you even more. It's just amazing. But anyways, we understand that there will be people and there will be nations who will corrupt the word as well as the understanding. Isaiah 29:10 actually talks about this. It says, "For the Lord hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and hath closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, had he covered. And the vision of all has become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed." Sealed. Now that's important because as you look into the scriptures, if we believe in the Bible once again, because in this channel, we're not going to move away from it. You know, it's historical and it matches our history. When you see what he's talking about, the book is sealed, you go into Revelation, then you see, okay, it also mentions that as well. Or later on, it says, who's going to open that book? Who's going to unseal that book? Now it says, which men delivered to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. One that is learned. I want to remind you that and this point is because this class is about the fact that the Messiah was really, and we are still dealing with this right here. He was actually dealing with that. I'm going to prove it. And I'm going to show how and how that relates to us. It's going to be a very interesting class today. And which men delivered to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I cannot, for it is sealed. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he said, I am not learned. Verse 13, wherefore the Lord says, for as much as these people draw near with their mouth, remember the word, which we'll read later on, saying the traditions of the elders, and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts. Remember, when the Bible, heart means mind, far from me. And the fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. Now, keep in mind that when Christians brought this to us, or even BHI, they were saying, oh, the Christians were like the laws. The BHIs, oh, well, you know, these guys are trying to make sure that you keep the sacrificials and shit. Excuse my language with the Bible here, but I'm just, you know, comes out sometimes. And it's not talking about that. We're going to actually find out that this is talking about that it was prophetic that we will, or at least Isaiah was dealing with the Babylonian Talmud already. This is what it means by the precepts of men. Then it says, therefore, behold, I will proceed to do a marvelous work among these people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. For the wisdom, excuse me, of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. Why? Because the book is sealed. Now, if the book is sealed, we're still dealing with books. So which books are they reading? Bruh. You know, so you got to definitely ask yourself. You got to ask yourself, woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Lord, and their works are in dark, and they say, who seeth us and who knoweth us? This is going to lead into the class I did in the past regarding Kabbalah, Freemasonry tradition. You cannot have the Kabbalah without the Talmud. You can't have the Talmud without the Kabbalah. Those are facts. You could try to prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong. Those are facts. Let me see if I'm going far. Okay, 16. Then it says, woe unto them. I'm sorry, verse 16. Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay. For shall the work say of him that made it, he made me not? So here is basically saying that these people are going to now turn the stuff down. They're going to create their own God until the main, like our creator, that they're the creators, that they're the reasoning. Because in the Babylonian Talmud or the traditions of the elders, they said that their explanation of the word mattered more than the word itself. Yes, they did. If the Messiah, see, this is where it gets real tricky, because we're going to slice and dice these little pieces, and I'm going to connect how we're related to this. Because the Christians here say, well, let's put it this way. Let's start with them. The Christians say the Messiah came and did away with the laws because nobody could do them. BHI says, no, it's because, it was a sacrificial and all these things. Well, I say it wasn't even any of those two. They were teaching the oral traditions already. That's what the Messiah says. If you love me, or if you love God, keep his commandments. So what commandments are we talking about? That's why it's very hard to slice and dice these particular things. And this is why Paul said, later on, I'll show you, like the traditions of his fathers. You see what I'm saying? It gets deep, family. So as long as they keep you asleep, you won't go deep and understand. Because it's simple, yet complicated, unless you just sit back and listen. Just follow me real quick, okay? I've said a lot, so just hang in there. He made me not, or show the things frame of him, saying that frame it, he had no understanding. Basically, let me simplify it for y'all, because I want to at least make sure I finish the scripture. It says, verse 16, hold on, come on, hurry up. Let's move on. Okay, there it goes right here. They turn everything upside down, which is more important, the potter or the clay. Can something you have made say, you didn't make me? Or can it say, you don't know what you are doing? You see what I'm saying? Turned it upside down. Now they're the God. Now they're the creators. They're the ones that give understanding. Why is this important, Pamela? Because guess what? Man, check this out. See, racism.
Good for this.
Racism, right? Racism is not unique. And in case you guys don't realize, racism, or I should say, Carla, give me a second. Where's the video? First of all, let me know if you hear this, okay? Because sometimes I have problems. Let me know if you hear this, okay, fam? Let me know.
This all day long. I've made plenty of phone calls and sent a lot of emails. And what I discovered is that Can of Coffee is under investigation with multiple agencies.
Can you guys hear that, by the way? Can you guys hear that? Please let me know so I don't continue to go and play it and then you guys can't hear me. I want to make sure the sound is good with the actual video. Can somebody just let me know, please? So real quick, yes or no? Don't take that long. If not, I'm just going to play it. Ready? Dead. Yeah. All right, here we go. So it's all going to connect, please. You know me, man. And if you guys have I hope you slept well, because we're going to be here for quite a bit. I worked hard and I have to honor the Most High. And here's his honor. All right, let's go.
Good for this business. All day long, I've made plenty of phone calls and sent a lot of emails. And what I discovered is that Can of Coffee is under investigation with multiple agencies, not just police. The victim, Gregorio Amundaray, tells Fox 5 he's never experienced such hostility while picking up an order.
Me siento triste, deprimido.
Gregorio says he's sad. He moved to America from Venezuela for a better life, all to support his family. After seeing this aggressive encounter circling around on social media, Uber says they removed the business from the app and sent Fox 5 this statement. We are absolutely disgusted by this behavior. Uber is proud to help people from many backgrounds find work in their communities, and hate has no place on our platform. According to the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, Can of Coffee was formerly known as Mary J's Exotic in May. Back then, it was accused of illegally manufacturing, growing, and selling marijuana. The agency sent this warning letter explaining possible consequences if they don't comply. In an email to Fox 5, the D.C. Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection reveals after conducting inspections at Canna Coffee in May and August, the business was issued 2 notices of violation. The department says they take allegations of illegal activity seriously and are actively monitoring the situation. However, because the investigation is active, they won't provide further comment. Meanwhile, that berating is an ongoing case. D.C. police are reviewing this simple assault as a potential hate crime.
Rescued him from a brutal beating. Fox 7's Christy Fajardo spoke to both of them. She's live in Lenox. Christy.
Yeah, Alex, both men know what it is to struggle, and Juan Diaz here knows all too well how dangerous it can be to sell flowers on the street. You'll usually find him here at the 105 and Hawthorne Boulevard, where twice in the last year he's been attacked. This time, though, he's grateful that someone didn't stand by and watch it happen. It's a video of contrast. One man bent on cruelty, another determined to stop it. That's Gerardo Plasencia, who came to the rescue of 63-year-old street vendor Juan Diaz, who was being beaten and robbed by a much larger man last month. This is just some of his injuries. It was an impulse, Plasencia tells us in Spanish. Truthfully, I don't know how I did it. I saw no one was doing anything. But later, when I reflected, I thought, thank God the man wasn't armed. I thank the Cuban man a lot, tells us Diaz, who has limited mobility in one arm because last year he was attacked and stabbed by another man, also while selling flowers. That time, no one intervened, so he's grateful Plasencia just happened to be in Lenox. It could have been my dad, an older man working on the street, struggling to get ahead, Plasencia says. He tells us he arrived in Los Angeles from Cuba in July, and since then, he's also been robbed, all his documents stolen. He now lives in a tent and is working odd jobs. I'd like to give him something because I was outmatched, Diaz tells us, adding he's been looking for Plasencia, so we arranged for them to speak by phone. Diaz thanked him repeatedly and apologized for not being able to find him to return the favor. But Plasencia responded, "It's not necessary. I did it from the heart." And Diaz, despite the attack, is back out selling flowers, although now he's accompanied by his daughter. He tells us he's been working since he was 6 years old and
has become a friend of mine, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. Thank you, Mark. Martin Luther King on steroids. You are Dr. Martin Luther King on steroids. That's how good you are. Martin Luther King times 2.
That you would portray a black man just because he's in the GOP as a Klan. And being as detrimental in the black community as a stick of dynamite from the Ku Klux Klan.
We have to cherish Mark. He's a star. You have to cherish him.
Called to be led by men, not the Vita, David. I absolutely want to go back to the America where women couldn't vote.
You're a very popular guy, Mark.
There's no reason anybody anywhere in America should be telling any time about transgenderism, homosexuality, any of that filth. If there's a movement in this country that is demonic and that is full of the spirit of Antichrist, it is the transgender movement.
The next governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
You got a friend in me.
My mama, I will put one of y'all in a motherfucking bag, boy. I swear to God, I had my first body at 18. Well, y'all better get a fuck on y'all weak as a mother, but we live a lifestyle y'all don't know shit about. See, all this internet shit y'all doing, I just go back and forth with y'all for entertainment, but on some real shit, I really put one of y'all weak ass Mexicans in a fucking body bag, on God.
Remember Alternative Facts with Kellyanne? They did the same thing. She wasn't saying you make up fictions and pretend they're facts. You bring other facts to bear in the debate that are being ignored. And that's what he was saying. And I think it was in that interview where Dana Bash says, the police have gone through 11 months of recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants. 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants. 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese from ponds. Only 2.
Remember when Trump tested out this absurdly false and bigoted talking point while speaking to a room full of New York's richest people? Well, a lot has happened since then with a ton of misinformation about immigrant communities spreading like wildfire and anti-immigrant xenophobia and racism reaching a fever pitch. Which brings us to one of the key architects that laid the groundwork for the hostility to fester, grow, and become so normalized over the years that the Dems have conceded the entire issue to the Republicans. That person is this monster, Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller. And Stephen Miller primarily has been targeting families from Africa, families from Latin America, and mostly people who have broken no laws, asylum seekers, refugees, restricting green card access. For Stephen Miller, this is not about national security. This is not about keeping out criminals. This is about re-engineering the ethnic flows into this country to keep brown and black families out.
At one point, Stephen Miller recommends that they do a story about this book called Camp of the Saints. It's an incredibly racist book. Depicts the end of the white world. That's how they put it, the quote, end of the white world, as a result of an invasion of refugees. And it's filled with extremely degrading descriptions of migrants.
Author and reporter Jean Guerrero, who wrote a whole book on Miller's white nationalist worldview and the disastrous effects it has on the groups it targets, has been sounding the alarm for years about the sinister roots of Miller's views on immigrants and immigration, calling out Miller for who he truly is. So let's introduce you to another media member willing to take on Miller's disgusting beliefs head on. Say hello to Jose Maria Del Pino, a Chilean journalist, reporter, and Washington, D.C. political correspondent for Colombian news outlet NTN24 and Chilean outlet T13. While in the spin room after the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, Del Pino confronted Miller about Trump's claim about Venezuela's crime rate and how he is weaponizing his base against anyone who they perceive to be an immigrant. And things went off the rails almost immediately.
The crime rate in Venezuela is down, I believe, a little bit over 60% over the last several years.
Are you trusting the official figures from the Venezuelan dictatorship?
Let's put it this way. If you're a dictator of a poor country with a high crime rate, wouldn't you send your criminals to our open border?
That wasn't my question. Are you trusting the figures of the dictatorships? Those are Maduro numbers.
I am believing that it is in the interest of a criminal dictator to let his criminals out of their jails and come to our country.
This is precisely why it's so important for media members to hold these people accountable for the lies they're spreading in real time. Miller knows he has no evidence to back up his outlandish claims, so he has to resort to anecdotes and stereotypes to make his argument.
The facts are the dead bodies. The facts are...
You said that Caracas has a lowest crime rate than the USA.
The facts are the mutilated bodies. The facts are the people in the morgues that are dead.
I was asking you about Caracas and the numbers in Caracas. Are you trusting the numbers of the dictatorship?
I am trusting the fact that Kamala Harris is letting illegal immigrants into this country who are raping and murdering children.
I had been very respectful. Why are you telling?
Do you know?
Miller's yelling because he relies entirely on playing into the racism and xenophobia already present in Trump's voter base to stoke fear and paranoia. And he knows all too well that they will believe and parrot whatever he says.
I trust a ruthless dictator will empty his prisons and send their criminals to our country.
So you trust his numbers?
The most dangerous gang in Venezuela is
You trust Nicolás Maduro?
I trust that he does not want his criminals to be...
So you believe in his numbers?
I believe he's sending his criminals to our country. Are Venezuelan gangs in this country or not? Yes or no?
What
yes
are the figures that you say to say that in Caracas the number is lower than in the USA?
Venezuelan gangs in this country or not?
So you don't have numbers.
Del Pino deserves so much credit for calmly dealing with Miller and cornering him with a question he knows Miller cannot answer, leading him to absolutely explode.
Trust Maduro numbers?
I trust the border agents in our country.
And I am not saying that Caracas has a lower crime rate.
Children are dead, and you are wasting my time.
No, I am not wasting your time. I'm asking for facts as a journalist.
Do you have any remorse for the dead children? Do you care at all about the dead children?
Absolutely.
Then that's what I want to leave you with, is that Donald Trump will
was just asking for figures.
Miller would not provide any figures to back up his claims and would continue screaming at Del Pino before going into a tirade about his white nativist immigration policy that will save children's lives, kick out gangs from public schools, and asserting that Harris is, quote, condemning our children to a life of misery, suffering, and death. This is what happens when the media knows how to do their job and is not afraid to meet these people where they want to fight. Del Pino, however...
Wow. It is all important because these are the same people if you look at the Bible, right, for what it is, don't you realize that there are a group of individuals who took this book, said it's ours, put themselves in there. Then another group later on comes around and says, no, they're wrong. It's ours, and put themselves in there. Before we get into the actual history and how it connects with us, let me kind of give you a little history on how, who, and what we are dealing with. The Messiah was dealing with Pharisees and Sadducees and scribes who were keeping oral traditions, who were familiar with some type of Babylonian Talmud concept, which is why Paul says this here. Galatians, oh, I'm sorry, no, not 4:1, wrong one. It says from Paul, Galatians 1:1, from Paul who's called, I'm used to the King James, but I don't stick to that. It says Paul, an apostle, not of men, neither by men, but by the Meshiach and God the Father, who's raised him from the dead. And all the brethren which are with me unto the churches of Galatia. Grace be, where am I? Oh, shoot, man. Yeah. Let me skip it. Hold on. Then it says here, but I certify you, brethren, that the gospel which was preached of me is not after man. See, Paul, when we read it in the past, it's like it didn't really mean much. But now when you think about what these Pharisees were teaching, oral tradition, it says here, gospel which was not preached of me, that the gospel which was preached of me is not after man, not the traditions of men, the oral tradition of what we hear in the Talmud, so to speak. For I neither received it of man, because at that time you needed authority. That's why when they spoke to the Messiah, they said, "In what authority do you teach the Bible?" Because at that time, this hand right here, I'm going to get into it, don't worry. But by revelation of the Meshiach. For ye have heard of my conversation in the time past in the Jews' religion. Remember that. Now that beyond measure I persecuted the church of God and wasted it. Why? Because they were on the traditions of men, the oral traditions. Because when you hear them and see them, and I'm going to show you, it's pretty wicked. And profited in the Jews' religion above many my equals in my own nation, being more exceedingly zealous of the traditions of my fathers. Right there. Why does he say it of his fathers? Right? Now, when you think of then, let's go back and then you say, okay, Mark 7:1. Is that really one? Yeah. It says traditions and commandments. Then came together unto him the Pharisees and certain of the scribes which came from Jerusalem. And when they saw some of his disciples eat bread with defiled, that is to say, with unwashed or unwashed hands, they found fault. Now, pause for a second. Where in the Bible can somebody show me that the Most High said, hey, before you eat, you got to wash your hands, my brother? Nowhere. It doesn't say anything like that. But yet here we see that there are mentions of traditions of men, of washing, come on, don't do that now. Of washing, what do you call it? Of washing your hands. Traditions of man, right? They found fault for the Pharisees and all the Jews because this was tradition of the Pharisees. Whatever the Pharisees did, whatever they said they did, right? For the Pharisees and all the Jews, except they wash their hands often, eat not, holding the traditions of the elders. Now, I question where is the traditions of the elders here? Why would it be traditions of the elders? We're not talking about the 70 elders here. We're not talking about Moses here. You understand what we're doing? Now we understand what we're following. So here we're looking, okay, well, what are they talking about? What kind of washing hands? What do we mean here? Now, it goes further into, and when they come from the markets, except they wash, they eat not, and many other things there be, which they have received to behold, as the washing of cups and pots, brazen vessels, and the tables. Now, where in the Bible does it say to do it in that way accordingly? So here he says, once again, let me simplify it for you, brothers. It says here, nor do they eat anything that comes from the market unless they wash it first. We're going to find out that in the Talmud, the Babylonian, that is, that they had a tradition like the doctors where they, hey, thanks, brother, for bringing that concept up. Like the doctors wash the front, the fist of their hands all the way to the forearms. That's what they did. That's what they did. So this is what he's talking about. Nor do they eat anything that comes from the market unless they wash it first. Now, when we heard this from the Christians, they're like, what the hell is he talking about? They have no idea, or they were hiding it. One of the two. You know what I'm saying? And BHI, I don't know, either they knew it or they're dumb enough to believe it and don't understand it, or I don't know. But they've never seen it this way. They never even bring it up this way. I don't think they really understand it, to be quite frank. But hey, that's my opinion. And they follow many other rules which they have received, such as the proper way to wash cups, pots, copper bowls, and beds. Here we see, it says, so the Pharisees and the teachers of the law asked the Meshiach. So here we go right here. Let me go back. Then the Pharisees and scribes asked him, why walk not thy disciples according to the traditions of the elders, but eat bread with unwashed hands? Traditions of the elders. Show me in the Bible where there's a tradition of elders. Nowhere. So what exactly is he dealing with? We're not dealing with Christianity. We're not dealing with Pharisees that, oh, you're supposed to keep the sacrificial law. Here goes IUIC, ISUPK, who else? All these other camps, even the black only ones, FOPI, all of them believe that that's actually what occurred. Little do they know. Anyways, that's neither here nor there, because that's not the topic right now. Right now, the topic is this right here. Let's not forget. Okay? So it says, and he answered and said unto them, well, hath Isaiah prophesied of you hypocrites, as it is written, these people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me, just like we saw in Isaiah. Albeit in vain do they worship me, teaching for doctrines, the commandments of man. So now, if we were given the commandments of the Most High, why would he call them the commandments of man here? If they were in the Bible, this is what Christians, either they know or they're that stupid, misunderstand these things. It wasn't talking about those commandments of the Bible, dumbasses. It's talking about the oral traditions that these Pharisees and scribes and Sadducees continue to teach. That's what it was.
Wait a minute.
Stop. Hey, yo, for real? Damn, bro. Okay. My bad, everybody. I didn't mean to do it like that. Then it says, for laying aside the commandment of God. You see this? So now we're like, okay, hold on a second. So let's not get confused. This is why Christianity is so complicated, so confusing. And a matter of fact, it makes people dumb or even go sin even more. Because they're like, well, see, they were teaching the commandments. So now you can go and do as you please. Oh, but hold on a second. There's 10 commandments and we got to put them in every school. But the laws of God are done away with. It makes no sense. But now with better eyes, we can see what the Messiah is talking about. He answered and said unto them, well, hath Isaiah prophesied of you, as it is written, these people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. Why? Because oral traditions like, hey, you do this, you do that, and it had nothing to do with your real spiritual essence of change, of repentance. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Because these traditions of man were oral in a sense and external. Never did they say, exercise yourself, examine yourself, which is why Paul was saying that. Never did I know that. Because the Pharisees and Sadducees and everybody else taught everything outside. Like, for example, like you said earlier, I believe it was in, hold on a second. Let me see. No, in another verse, he's talking about how they wear phylacteries and wear the laws in his forehead. You know what I'm saying? Just to show off. So let's read it again. Howbeit in vain do they worship me. Worship me in vain. Why? Teaching for doctrines, the commandments of men. So those teachers are teaching the oral tradition, and the followers are keeping the oral traditions. For laying aside the commandment of God, ye hold tradition of men, as the washing of pots and cups, and many other such like things ye do. And he said unto them, for ye will reject the commandment of God, that ye may keep your own traditions. That's what I mean. So here we said, now, follow me here because I do want to make an important point, and I don't want to skip it because I think we're going to come back to it. So for one, it's washing of hands, and the second one, and it says here, for Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whoso curseth the father and mother, let him die the death. But you say, if a man shall say to his father and mother, it is Corban, that is to say a gift, but by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, ye shall be free. And ye suffer him no more to do aught for the father or his mother, making the word of God of none effect through your tradition, which ye have delivered. And many such like things do ye. So what is he saying? Let me simplify it. Here, he's mentioning after the washing of water. And then also regarding the traditions, or like, so to speak, in regards to taking care of your father and mother, right? Your traditions, Pharisees and Sadducees, because of your oral Talmudic tradition, you say it's Korban, meaning halakha. So what it meant was that this honoring, like love God above everything else, right? But it also says honor thy father and thy mother. I'm going to touch on it later on. Honor thy father and thy mother. But their tradition was like, well, as long as you give money to God, you don't have to honor your father and mother. It's Korban. That's what the Messiah was saying. What are you talking about, man? You're not even keeping that basic tradition. Yo, honor your father and mother. No. If as long as they give to the church, they're honoring God, so he supersedes that tradition. You see what I'm saying, family? It was all oral. Oh man, that even sounds like really queer. And we're gonna find out how wicked they are too, by the way. Matthew 15:2, it says, "Why do thy disciples transgress the traditions of the elders?" Here we see it again. So once again, Christianity would say, oh, you see, they were teaching the commandments of God, and the Messiah, Jesus Christ, with blue eyes and blonde hair, said, don't do that, young man, because I came and did away of all your shit. Go sin and be gay once more, or whatever. For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. That's one of them. But he answered and said unto them, why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your traditions? Once again, for the God commanded, saying, honor thy father and thy mother. He that cursed father and mother, let him die to death. But you say, whosoever shall say to its father and mother, it is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be prophesied by me. Meaning what? Let's read it in this simplified form. But you teach that if, okay, here, I'll go for it. I'll go verse 4. I'm going a little fast, my bad. Let me slow down. Sorry, I get a little excited, family. I'm just glad to be reading the scripts again, man. I was working all week. Anyways, it says, Matthew 15:4, it says, for God said, respect your father and your mother. And if you curse your father or your mother, you are to be put to death. But you teach that if people have something they could use to help their father or mother, but say, this belongs to God, they do not need to honor their father. In this way, you disregard God's commandments in order to follow your own teachings. You hypocrites. How right Isaiah was when he prophesied about you. Damn, that's fire when you understand exactly what he's talking about. When you're not confused anymore and you're like, wait a minute, hold on a second. What is he? No, it wasn't anything about keeping or not keeping the commandments of God. It wasn't about necessarily all of that, man. It was a lot more than that. So now we go back to this, and here we start reading further. Matthew 7:8, you put aside God's commandments and obey human teachings, traditions of man, oral traditions, the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud. We'll find out more. And the Meshiacha continued, you have a clever way of rejecting God's laws in order to uphold your own teaching. Damn. You have a clever way, because that is a clever way. No, that's Korban. That's halakha, because you know what? You're honoring God. So if you don't like your mom and your pops, the hell with them. Because guess what? As long as you're giving money to God, you're good to go. No, it don't work that way. For Moses commanded, respect your father and your mother. And if you curse your father and your mother, you are to be put to death. Once again, you teach that if people have something they could use to help their father and mother, but you say it is Korban, which means it belongs to God, they are excused from helping their father and their mother. That's what it says, Colossians 2:8. See to it, Colossians 2:8 says. It's just so beautiful when you see it a lot more clear. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit. Now, why does he say philosophy? Because in this Talmud, they also do believe, whether you want to accept it or not, in the Kabbalah, which brings the Zohar, which brings the Sefer Yetzirah, whatever, the illumination, all of that shit, right? That's philosophical. And vain deceit, after the traditions of men, it wasn't talking about like those laws. Well, that's so beautiful. Now you see it. After the rudiments of the world, and not after the Meshiacha. For in him dwelleth all the fullness of the Godhead bodily, in him. So when he says the kingdom of God dwelleth in you, exercising all of these, washing your hands and keeping this and tit for tat, it don't mean nothing. If you ain't, listen, we see these Talmudic practitioners doing pedo shit. You know damn well that's true. I'm not lying. I don't lie, man. I'm not lying. You guys can see it even, you can even see it for yourselves. Ando de trabalenguas ahora, my brothers. Let's move on. Psalms 26:6, it says, I will wash my hands in innocence. So will I compass thine altar, O Lord. You see, they literally took this in literal sense. Just like Christians. Baptism. They took it in literal sense. Go shower yourself and God saves you. You see the confusion? When you're not an Israelite, when your DNA does not have this in you, you will be completely confused. And it has nothing to do with color, family. Even though a lot of people will say you got to have woolly hair or you got to have blue eyes. They're wrong. Isaiah 4:4. Let's read it. And when the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion, and shall have purged the blood of Jerusalem from the midst thereof by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning. You see, washed away. You see, when you're burning in spirit, that means you know you did wrong. That's what it means. When you love somebody and you did them wrong, your spirit burns. You know that you need the recompense. You need to make up for that. That's why you redeem. That's why it's the redeeming. You continue real quick, man, so I can get through this. We got to make these important points because I may come back slowly on this, but I'm trying to emphasize. Mark 11:27. It says here, and they come again to Jerusalem, and he was walking in the temple. There come to him the chief priests and the scribes and the elders, and say unto him, by what authority doest thou these things? And who gave thee this authority to do these things? You see this? By what authority? Once again, the authority is saying they come from the authority of the precepts of man. And the Meshiacha answered and said unto them, I will also ask you one question, and answer me, and I will tell you by what authority do I do these things. The baptism of John, was it from heaven or of men? Answer me, he says. So here, it's pretty much like, okay, I'll answer you if you answer me, because he knew what these guys were thinking. So let's just check this out. And they reasoned within themselves, saying, if we shall say from heaven, he will say, why then did ye not believe him? Because they didn't. But if we shall say, oh, of men, they feared the people, for all the men counted John, that he was a prophet indeed. So see, he's like, they're stuck now. And they answered and said unto the Meshiach, we cannot tell. And the Meshiach answered and said unto them, neither do I tell you by what authority I do these things, which is very fair. But again, authority. That's the same way Paul felt. Like, what authority do you feel compelled to go do what you do? But what authority? Once again, we see it in Mark 23. Let's go back real quick and then we'll move on. Then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do. But do not ye after their works. You see? So here the Messiah, and again, we don't have a lot of clarity because this is all we have. But quite frankly, when you start seeing between the lines, you know what he's talking about. The teachers of the law and the Pharisees are authorized interpreters of the Moses law. So you must obey them and follow everything they tell you to do. Everything they tell you to do. Do not, however, imitate their actions, for they don't practice what they teach. You see, what are we talking about here? What were they doing? What were they doing? What other things were they doing? Now, here the people, from listening to the Mashiach, he's saying, look, listen to the Moses, the word of Moses. But if you maybe see something that Moses ain't saying, don't follow their works. Because do not ye after their works. Now, we know here in the scriptures that works also means the application of the commandments or your actions, right? That's what it means. Or are we going to forget? For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. So in a sense, I guess they're teaching these things, and the Mashiach knows, bro, they're not even keeping those traditions. They don't wash their hands. They don't do none of that. They go and take a dump. They probably go and eat right after that. But in front of you, they'll say, no, you got to keep the commandments. But all their works they do for be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments. And they make broad their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at feast, the chief seats in the synagogue, and the greetings in the market, to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But be ye not called Rabbi, for one is your master, even the Meshiach, and you are all brethren. So you should not be calling these people rabbis or father or spiritual father like you guys in BHI do with Nate the Snake. That's stupid. He's my spiritual father. He's my rabbi. And call no man your father upon earth, for one is your father, which is in heaven. Neither be ye called masters, for one is your master, even the Meshiach. So it says here, but he that is greatest among you shall be your servant. So just because I may have a little bit of knowledge, that don't make me better than you, is what it's basically saying. And whosoever shall exalt himself shall be abased. And he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. Now, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I never say I'm the smartest, brightest. No, man. I'm humbled about this. Because where I come from, I shouldn't be here. I should be dead. But you guys who feel the great, I'm an expert. Don't mess with me because the Most High will mess with you. That's why you ain't doing shit now. You don't watch your mouth. Y'all think this is a joke. So now let's get deep into this stuff here. Sanhedrin. Who is these people? Who is these? Who is these, you say? Famous Trails. This is from famoustrails.com. Introduction of what is the Sanhedrin. Let's read this real quick. All right, let's get an understanding of what this is. Sanhedrins come from the Greek term Sunedrion, literally sitting together, meaning council. The Sanhedrin is both a Jewish judicial and administrative body. The Sanhedrin was composed of local elites, including members of high priestly family, scribes, religious experts, and lay elders. It probably operated under some sort of Roman oversight, at least with respect to its taxing. Ooh. What does that sound like, family? It sounds like 503Cs, like these camps. That's what it sounds like. According to the Gospels, Jesus was brought before the Jerusalem Sanhedrin, presided over the high priest Joseph Caiaphas. Okay, so we understand this. Now, this is interesting because here the Sanhedrins were both made of high priestly family, scribes, and lay elders. Is this why this is here? 1 Corinthians 1:18, for the preaching of the Christ is to them that perish the foolishness. But unto us which are saved it is the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputers of this world? Had not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For after that, in the wisdom of God, had the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. So here he's getting into what he is going to do. Okay, he's saying, where's your smart elders? Where's your elitists? Your scribes, your top notch people. Right? So it says here, verse 25, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, scribes, not many mighty, elites, not many noble, those priestly type of people, you know what I'm saying? People in a position are called. But God had chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. People that were not considered of great authority. People that were illiterate and not studying the traditions of men. The Talmud, the Zohar, all of those things that eventually evolved. And God had chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty. and base things of the world, and base things of the world, and things which are despised had God chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring not things that are. You see here now? He said, no, I'm not gonna give the understanding to these so-called people that worship me with their lips. Nah, I already know what they're about. So here we see that they're made up of those people. And what do we see familiarity? Because remember, past, present, future, we're here all over again. It probably operated under some Roman oversight, at least with respect of taxing, law enforcement, or other administrative functions. 503Cs, just like the schools. Operating or teaching about Jesus, pretty much. Now, these people have been around since supposedly 200 CE, becomes a technical term for rabbinic court. So now a tractate in the Mishnah prescribes the procedures the Sanhedrin is to use. The excerpts below, taken from the Mishnah tractate, might shed light on the procedures used in the case of Jesus. One caution, however, the Mishnah was not compiled until 200, and it is therefore possible that some of the procedures and restrictions described in the Mishnah tractate were not enforced in the time of Jesus. Possibly. The Gospel of John indicates that the Sanhedrins turned Jesus over to Pilate because it lacked the power to impose death. Pilate said to them, "Take him yourself and judge him according to your law." They replied, "We are not permitted to put anyone to death." The Mishnah, however, clearly shows that the Sanhedrin did have the power to impose death for certain crimes, at least sometime before 200 CE. In particular, the Mishnah Sanhedrin 6.1 to 6.4 specify the procedures of stoning, for stoning, which is true. There is no evidence to suggest that the power did not exist in 30 CE. On the contrary, there is evidence that the Romans preferred to leave as much power as possible to control religious crimes in the hands of Jewish authorities. You see this here. So these people here are a particular group. Mishnah Sanhedrin, it says Mark and Matthew indicate that the trial before the Sanhedrin occurred at night, and a capital trial at night was illegal. Mishnah Sanhedrin 4.1 confirms the illegality of a capital trial at night, assuming that the law stated in Mishnah existed in 30 CE, right? Now, Mark indicates that the charge against Jesus was blasphemy, and you're going to see that word later on that pertains to us. You have heard that the blasphemy, Mark 14:64, under Mishnah Tractate 7.5, blasphemy consists only of uttering the name of God. There's reason to question whether in fact that was the charge against Jesus. It is assured to be the charge, however. Mishnah Tractate 7.4 makes clear that execution by stoning was an available option for a crime. So we see here requirements of conviction, postponement of final sentence until the day. We see the word Mishnah, capital punishment, right? Capital punishment. Check this out. It says here, the hand of the witness shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards all the hand of all the people. All that have been stoned must be hanged. Check this out. None is hanged save the blasphemer and the idolater. You see that? Only the blasphemer and idolater can be hanged. A man is hanged with his face to the people, and a woman with her face to the gallows. A man is hanged, but a woman is not hanged. He hanged 80 women. The reason I'm bringing this up too, it's because I technically was supposed to bring this up later, but now that I have it, I might as well bring it up. I don't want to forget. One of the things we're going to touch on is about hanging. Okay. So let's get rid of this here real quick, and let's move on. Oh, here it goes right here. That's what it was looking at, according to the account. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, got it. Perfect. All right, check this out now. Now we're going to look at this particular discussion. See, I'm sorry, family. I really didn't mean to put this one in there. Kind of did throw you off a bit, but that's regarding something later on. Here was what I was talking about. So there's talking about on what authority, right? On what authority? Okay. Then it says your life and times of Jesus. This is from ccel.org. Let me see what this is. The life and times of Jesus the Messiah, Alfred Edersheim. Okay. Check this out. It says, let me go back. The question of Christ's authority. Okay. We just read that a little bit. So let's read that. For there was no principle more firmly established by the universal consent than that authoritative teaching required previous authorization. Indeed, this logical followed from the principle of rabbinism. All teachings must be authoritative, since it was traditional, approved by authority, and handed down from teacher to disciple. The highest honor of the scholar was that he was like a well-plastered cistern. Oh man, I can't lose that. A well-plastered cistern from which, hold on a second, sorry, family. Okay, from which not a drop had leaked of what had been poured into it. The ultimate appeal is the case of discussion was always to some great authority, whether an individual teacher or a decree by the Sanhedrin. In this manner, had the great Hillel first vindicated his claim to be the teacher of his time and to decide the dispute then spending. Now, it's basically talking about the difference in regarding to authority. Who gave them the authority? The person to be ordained had to deliver a discourse. Hymns and poems were recited. The title rabbi was formally bestowed on the candidate and authority given to him to teach and to act as a judge, to bind and loose and declare guilty or free. Nay, there seems to have been even different orders according to the authority bestowed on the persons ordained. You see this here real quick. So there was such a thing as under what authority? This is why it says here. It says, otherwise also, here, let's read this real quick. The question, therefore, is with which the Jewish authorities met Christ while teaching was one which he had a real meaning and appealed to the habits and feelings of the people who listened to Jesus. Otherwise also, it was cunningly framed, for it did not merely challenge him for teaching, but also asked for his authority in what he did, referring not only to his work generally, but perhaps especially to what had happened on the previous day. They were not there to oppose him, but when a man did as he had done in the temple, it was their duty to verify his credentials. Finally, the alternative question reported by St. Mark, if thou hast not proper rabbinic commission, who gave thee this authority to do these things? Seems clearly to the point of their contention that the power which Jesus wielded was delegated to him by none other than Beelzebub. You see that? Now, this is why I think when there's Christians came here, or these Talmudic Jews, which we'll get into, this is why I believe they said that we knew the laws because the devil taught us the laws. We were keeping the commandments because the devil gave us the commandments. Check this out. To the point in our Lord's reply seems to have been strangely overlooked by commentators. In his words are generally understood, they would have amounted only to silencing his questionnaires, and that in the manner which would, under ordinary circumstances, be scarcely regarded as either fair or ingenuous, meaning like not sincere. It would have been simply to turn again a question against themselves, and so in turn to raise popular prejudice. But the Lord's words meant quite other. He did answer their questions, though he also exposed the cunning and cowardice with which prompted it. To the challenge for his authority and the dark hint about satanic agency, he replied by an appeal to the Baptists. He had borne full witness to the mission of the Christ from the Father. So here we see how they're insinuating, right? Insinuating. Again, once more, under what authority? Under what authority? Under what authority? Let's continue. I think I've said enough on that. Now let's look at this real quick. I found it to be interesting because I was actually looking at this topic, and check this out. So is this the Pharisees' tradition that the Jesus rebuked in the Talmud? Mark 7:9-13. It says, all too well you rejected the commandments of God, that you keep your traditions. For Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and he who curses father or mother, let him be put to death. But you say, if a man says to his father and mother, whatever profit you might have received from one is Corban, that is a gift to God, then you no longer let him do anything for his father or his mother, making the word of God of no effect through your tradition, which you have handed down, and many such things you do. See? It says you're making the word of God of no effect through your tradition, which you have handed down. Here, Jesus appears to be citing specific halakha of the Pharisees, where they excuse a man from financially providing for his needful, elderly or alien parents in order to give it to Corban or at the temple. He was referring to the traditions. Jesus referred to as the traditions were orally transmitted. You see that? By the Pharisees at the time, but would be committed to writing after the Bar Kokhba revolt as the Mishnah or oral law, as part of the Jerusalem Talmud and Babylonian Talmud. You say now what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? Now, this is interesting as well. Check this out. See if it's going to, I don't know if I got the right link. Oh, I do. Okay, cool. I do have the right link. Here we're looking into ritual hands washing before meals. Traditionally, Jews are required to wash their hands before eating any meal that includes bread or matzah. Masa, como la de nosotros. The ritual known as the netalat, whatever, that Yiddish shit, is typically done using two-handed cups, but any vessel will do. There are various customs regarding how the water should be poured. You see that? Various customs, traditions of man. It says, but common practice is to pour twice on the right hand, followed by twice on the left. That is reversed for those who are left-handed. You see this? The Hasidic custom is to pour 3 times on each hand. The traditions of man. Why did your disciples not wash their hands before they eat? Messiah is like, why? Those are traditions of men. Right? You see this right here. They're not lying. Origins of it. The traditions of prior to eating bread originated with the rabbis of the Talmud. I have not been lying to you. The Talmud, the set of teachings and commentaries on the Torah that forms the basis of Jewish law. Compromise of the Mishnah and Gemara, it contains the opinion of thousands of rabbis from different periods of the Jewish history. You see this? So we already saw a corruption of the scriptures here. Since the get-go, that's why it was said here. It was said here. Deuteronomy 4 and 7. I'm sorry, 4 and 2. God, 4 and 7. What's wrong with me? Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you. Neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye keep the commandments of your Lord God. I'm sorry, of the Lord your God, which I command you. You see that? And he also repeats it here. For verily I say unto you, Matthew 5:18, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall no wise pass from the law till it be fulfilled. That's why Mark 5:17 says, think not that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. He didn't take away the laws. He was saying, get rid of those damn traditions of man. Those do not belong to you. Those traditions of man do not belong to you. It's what he's saying. Right? He said it in the beginning. And then he said it in the end, in the middle, and in the end. It says here, Revelation 22:18, for I testified unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plague that is written in this book. So he said it in Deuteronomy, he said it in Matthew, and then he says it in Revelation. What more proof do you want? Now let's go to the nitty gritty. Let's go to the nitty gritty. Check this out. I got right here the Babylonian Talmud right here. Okay. The Babylonian Talmud right here. You get some water real quick. Let me slow down for a second real quick. Give me a second, family. What do we got? Naphtali New School of Thought. I think this is a chick. Yeah, I told you. This is a chick. I teach Negro only. If you were a dude, I'd debate you, but you're a chick. And I already know what you try to teach. It's dumb shit. You go to the white man for your knowledge. You try to teach what the white man said, calls us Canaanites and shit. It's pretty dumb. And then I kind of find it funny how like it's all like a snake. Oh, hi. I'll stick around maybe. I teach Negroes only. I've heard you talk. Trust and believe. You will get destroyed in this channel. You and Fopi. Matter of fact, bring your old daddy over here. I'll smack his ass around. Or that young kid that wears glasses. I did that last time he was here. So don't let her fool you, bro. She thinks she knows what she's talking about. She teaches or she uses Mormonism concept, and then they go far off and say left and right and shit, and they're all over the place. Wobbleism, BHI. It's really fucking dumb, to be honest with you. I wouldn't waste my time with her. Anyways, look, let's check this out. Washing. Right? Washing here. Yeah, that's who it is. Yep. Fopi. Yep. Don't trip. It's all good. I'm glad I didn't see it. Either way, I wouldn't even waste my time, bro. She's dumb. And I mean, hey, listen, you are as your leader. He's dumb too. He's a white man with a tan. He's just a white man with dark skin. That's it. You see, he's got little lips. My lips are thicker than his lips, bro. And he's trying to say he's black and all that shit. Come on, bro. Y'all, it's a joke, bro. You guys are all mixed and shit. You can't say that shit no more. If you really are like, you know, like what you say you are, you're like, you got to be way over there with those dudes and they're still over there. Anyways, let's continue. So here we see the necessity, chapter 4 of the Mishnah. It says the necessity of washing one's hands and feet for the sake of the Creator. You see this right here? Isaiah. What is to be done with a pot that had not been covered on the eve of Sabbath? You see what I'm saying? This is what he was talking about. Traditions of man. How much will thou take for washing them? Traditions of man. The washing of hands and feet in warm water towards the evening on Friday is optional. And I say it is meritorious act. Why so? So here we go. Rabbis trying to explain the Bible. Even though it says Deuteronomy, Matthew, and Revelation, don't do that at all. All right, give her a slice of goat cheese and wait 30 minutes. Yeah, that shit is funny, dude. All right, let's continue. Let's see what else. All right, it says it refers to the washing of hands and feet with warm water. You see what I'm saying? The washing of hands and feet. The washing of hands and feet, the washing or drinking on a feast day. See what I'm saying? Washing with warm water. Now, we see here. Now, let's go to halakha. Halakha prevail according to ban, whatever. Concerning the corpse. Oh, he's talking about the law. Does halakha prevail? Meaning, the law. Does it prevail? Right? Let's see here. Sabbath. Okay. You can see that this halakha word is not a joke. It's here. Okay. And it's called Corbin. Matter of fact, let me see something. Hold on. Let me get out of the screen. My bad, family. Let me see if I could do this. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, I can. Let's see. Right there. A gift offered to God. Sacred treasury. See? This is how they pronounce it.
Strong's G 2878. Karban. Karban.
Sure, you and your Yiddish. All right, so that's what it means, okay? It prevails, okay? So that's what he's talking about. Let me see if I can find it. It should be here quick. Yeah, that milk would do it, bro. Midnight snack, fall asleep quick. Probably end up in the bathroom quite often. Bro, they literally, all they have is like words in Africa and pictures and assumptions and mistranslations and shit. And yet you go in there and actually start questioning the Deuteronomy 28. And what else can you prove that you guys are the people? They can't. Not through food, not through clothing, not through name, not through similarities, none of that. So the only thing that they do is resort to calling us Canaanites. What else can they do? You see, BHI, Wobble, and Fopi, they're all the same shit. Negro only, BHI, Wobble, is the same shit. Same tortilla, bro. Just flipped over a little bit. I'm trying to find where it says halakha prevails when it comes to the mother. Halakha's a lot here. Here. Mother. Here it goes right here. Right? It says here. There are 6 things, the interest on which a man consumes on earth, while the principle is given to him to the world. Now we know that this is in the Talmud. All right. So it says here, honoring father and mother, doing favors to neighbors, and well, God, it may not even be this one. Hold on. It's funny. My bad, fam. Thought I had it. This is father. Honoring father and mother, doing favors to neighbor. Said father to him. Hold on a second. The father and child should pronounce the family dedication. Father Abraham. Hold on a second. Father-in-law. That's a lot of fathers. Can you read it real quick? If not, I'm going to move on. Nope. Okay. Let me move on from this real quick. I'll give you another example. Give you one example here real quick. This is another one I have, okay? Just trying to make sure that it's engraved and you guys understand what we're dealing with. Talmud concept. This is important. See how much time. Okay, cool. Give it a second. It's a pretty big book. Big book. Big book. So it's the same one. Let me see where I got it. Oh, here it goes right here. My bad, fam. So here is the Mishnah that is talking about washing your hands, okay? Mishnah 9.1. Now they call it halakik here, but it's technically halakha, like this one over here, like that. Okay. That's what it means. All right. So don't forget. It says, Robert Eliezer says, when halakhi authorities are approached with regard to the discussion of a vow, they may broach dissolution with a person who took a vow by raising the issue of how to taking the vow ultimately degraded the honor of his father and mother. Asking him the following: had you known that your parents would experience public shame due to your lax attitude towards your vow, would you still have taken the vow? But the rabbi disagrees with Rabbi Eliezer and prohibits broaching dissolution of a vow with this particular question. To support the opinion of Rabbi Tzadok said, instead of broaching dissolution with him by raising the issue of the honor and his father and mother, let him broach dissolution with him by raising the issue of honoring the honor of the omnipresent. It says he should point out that a vow taken in the name of God lessens the honor of God. So they could ask him, if you had known that your vow would diminish the honor of God, would you have taken your vow? And if so, if this is a valid method of broaching dissolution, there are no vows. Nevertheless, the rabbi concedes to Rabbi Eliezer with regards to a vow concerning a matter that is between him and his father and his mother, that they may broach dissolution with him by raising the issue of honoring of the father and mother. As in this case, the extenuation is connected to the particular vow in a broader or more clear sense. It's saying that if you had known that it was going to break the commandment, would you have honored it would you have honored this to your parents before honoring it to the Most High? If you couldn't honor the word with the Most High? Well, no, of course not. You want to honor the Most High. Well, here's where it says, because of that, if you honor the Most High, you don't have to honor your parents anymore. That's what he's talking about. Honor father and mother, meaning Corbin. Okay. Now let's look into getting deeper into this thing here. What exactly does the Talmud say? Now, a lot of us are not aware that the Talmud in the 1500s was printed, and it actually really emphasized their beliefs of how they felt. This is from a book called The Talmud Unmasked, The Secret Rabbinical Teachings Concerning Christians by Reverend Pranaitis, 1892. Okay. Let's see here. Here's the Talmud. The Talmud gets its name from the word lamud, thought, meaning the teachings. Now you guys can relate to the teachings of thought or Thoth or thought, right? You know, the emerald tablets. A lot of it comes from that. That's why the Babylonian is just it's like a dressed up new teaching. It's all interconnected because you see that in the Freemasonry books, and you start finding the origins of it. Then it says, which teaching is called Talmud. I'm sorry, by metonymy, I guess. It is taken to mean the book which contains the teaching, which teaching is called Talmud, that is, the doctrinal book, which alone fully expounds and explains all the knowledge and teachings of the Jewish people. As to the origin of the Talmud, the rabbis regard Moses as its first author. Bullshit. They hold that besides the written law, which Moses received from God on Mount Sinai on the table of stones, which is called the Torah, right? He also received interpretation of it, or the oral law, which is called the Torah, Shabbat P, whatever. They say that this is the reason why Moses remained so long in the mountain, as God could have given him the written law as God could have given him the written law in one day. Yeah, but he would have to explain it, don't you think? Unless it's the Matrix, he just plugged them in and said, and there you go. You know the Bible now. Anyways, Moses is said to have transmitted this oral law to Joshua. Joshua, in turn, to the 70 elders. These elders to the prophets, and the prophets to the great synagogue. It is held that it was later transmitted successively to the certain rabbis until it was no longer possible to retain it orally. Whatever may be said about this story of the rabbis, it is sufficiently known to us that before the birth of the Christ, schools existed in Palestine in which sacred literature was taught. See? You see that? This is why there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to these religions. Nothing new. Whatever religion you think it's new, been here before. The commentaries of the doctors of the law were noted down on charts and lists as an aid to memory. And these, when collected together, form the beginnings of Jewish Talmud. In the 2nd century after Christ, Rabbi Jehuda, who, because of the sanctity of his life, was called the saint, the prince, realizing that the learnings of the Jews were diminishing. By the way, I want to remind you, we already know that Herod was already infiltrating. We already know that John Hyrcanus was converting Edomites. We know this already. So don't be surprised if more came or were in this time, corrupted it, and even more later on in 700, 800 AD. It continues. He collected all the lists and charts for them who took a book with what's called the Sefer Mishnah or the Mishnah, and Deotorises or secondary law. You see this? He divided it into 6 parts, each of which was divided into many chapters. We shall consider these later. The Mishnah is the foundation and the principal part of the whole Talmud. This book was accepted by the Jews everywhere and was recognized as their authentic code of law. You see this? For it was expounded in their academies in Babylon, at Sura, Pumbedita, and Nahardea, and in their academies in Palestine, at Tiberias, Iamenia, and Lydia. As the interpretations increased with the passing of time, the disputation and decisions of the doctors of the law concerning the Mishnah were written down, and these writings constituted other parts of the Talmud called the Gemara. These 2 parts are so disposed throughout the whole Talmud that the Mishnah serves first as a kind of text of the law and followed by the Gemara as the analysis of its various opinions leading to the definite decision. All the precepts of the Mishnah, you see that? All the precepts of the Mishnah, the precepts of men, following the precepts of men. Remember, it said that? Precepts of men. Precepts of men, I think that's how you spell that. Yeah, we just read it. Isaiah 29:13. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as these people draw near with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their hearts far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precepts of men. All the precepts of the Mishnah, precepts of men. Now we are starting to see how the Messiah was dealing with these people, dealing with this doctrine, dealing with these teachings, the Babylonian Talmud, the Mishnah, the Zohar. All of this does have a connection with the Emerald Tablets. Trust and believe it does. The Emerald Tablets talk about these 7 levels. The Mishnah, the Talmud, the Kabbalah, the Zohar all talk about the Sifrot, which has 7 levels. Don't be fooled. Now, check this out. Where am I going with this? Because here we see this. Jesus Christ in the Talmud. Part 1, the teaching of the Talmud concerning the Christian. First, we shall see that what the Talmud teaches about Jesus Christ, the founder of Christianity, and secondly, about his followers, the Christians. Let's see what they say. Many passages in the Talmudic books treat of the birth, life, and death of teachings of Jesus Christ. He is not always referred to by the same name, however, but is diversely called that man, a certain one, the carpenter's son. This is what pertains to us, family. The one that was hanged, the one that was hanged. Don't forget that. Okay? The one that was hanged. Concerning the names of Jesus Christ, the real name of Christ is Hebrew is Yeshua Hanatsri. No, it's not. It's Yahushua Moshe, Jesus the Nazareth. He is called Notzri from the city of Nazareth, in which he was brought up. Thus, in the Talmud, Christians also are called Nostrins, Nazarenes. Since the word Yeshua means Savior, or like Messiah, Meshiach means anointed Savior, the name Jesus rarely occurs in the Jewish book. It is almost always abbreviated to Jeshu, which is maliciously taken as if it were composed of the initial letters of the three words Inma Shmo Shemo Verik May, this name and memory to be blotted. May his name and memory be blotted. Wow. Where does it get that? Referencing here. The Jews among themselves do not say Jeshu, but Ishu, so nearly corresponding to the words of this course. When talking to a certain Jew about this some years ago, he told me that it not only meant this, but also Jeshu Sheker, liar, Oteba, and abomination, who would not be deeply horrified at this. This Jew lived in Frankfurt and at Hanover and had traveled all over the world. When he saw how this horrified me, his faith in Judaism began to weaken, for he was not adverse to the Christian faith and had often discussed it with me and Dr. Armando Polano. I also discovered here and there 2 other secret words from the Jewish Kabbalah. Ooh. Which have to do with this name. It is well known that the Israelites are often warned in their sacred writings to shun the worship of Elohi Nektar, strange gods or God. What does Elohi Nektar really mean? By the numbering method of the Grammaria, this letter equals 316, which taken together means the word Yeshu. This is found at the end of the book of Akka Rochel. They therefore teach that to dishonor God by the worship of Elo Nektar, it is the same as to dishonor him by the worship of Jeshu. Behold the malice of the serpent. Antonius also found a marginal note in a book about the Jewish faith and religion. In a Jewish prayer book, there is a certain prayer beginning with Aluni or Elunu. Formerly, the wording contains certain things which were afterwards deleted for fear of Christians. You see that? But the same space remains vacant to warn children and adults that something is omitted there. The deleted words were Hamashi Takavim, Lehabert, whatever. Those who bow down, listen, those who bow down is generally said about idols, but is secretly meant for Jesus, whose name is here signified by the letters. See that? I didn't say it. They're saying it. This is important to read because you're going to understand how this relates to us. He is also called Talui, the one who is hanged. Rabbi Samuel, the son of Meir, refers to the fact that it was forbidden to take part in the Christian feasts in Christmas and Easter because it was celebrated on account of him who was hanged. In the days of Constantine, who made changes of religion and placed the figure of the one who was hanged on this banner. Check this out. You go back here. The life for Christ. The Talmud teaches that Jesus Christ was illegitimate. Let me read that again. The Talmud teaches that the Meshiacha was illegitimate and was conceived during menstruation. Bro. That he had the soul of Esau. Holy mother. Wow. But he was a fool, a conjurer, a seducer, that he was crucified, buried in hell, and set up as an idol ever since by his followers. Once when the elders were seated at the gate, two young men passed by. One of them he had head covered, and the other his head bare. Rabbi Eliezer remarked that the one in his bare head was illegitimate, a mamzer. Rabbi Josh Yehoshua said that he was conceived during menstruation. This dude, Akabi, the convert Akabi, however, said that he was both. Whereupon the others asked heathen Akabi, why did he dare to contradict his colleagues? He answered that he could prove that what he said. He went therefore to the boys' mothers whom he saw sitting in the marketplace selling vegetables and said to her, my daughter, if you will answer truthfully what I'm going to ask you, I promise that you will be saved in the next life. She demanded that he would swear to keep his promise. And the punk-ass Akabi did so, but with his lips only. For in his heart, he invalidated his oath. Then he said, tell me, what kind of son is this of yours? To which he replied, the day I was married, I was having menstruation. And because of this, my husband left me. But an evil spirit came and slept with me. And from this intercourse, my son was born to me. Thus, it was proved that this young man was not only illegitimate, but also conceived during the menstruation of his mother. And when his questioners heard this, they declared, great indeed was this punk, when he corrected his elders. And they exclaimed, blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who relieved his secrets to the heathen Akabi, the son of Joseph. That the Jews understood this story to refer to Jesus and his mother Mary is clearly demonstrated by their book Tolda, Yeshu, the generation of Jesus, where the birth of our Savior is narrated in almost the same words. It says, Sanhedrin 67a. Here. Okay. Of all who are guilty of death by law, he alone is cut by a rose. How is it done? They light a candle in an inner room and place witnesses in an adjoining room outside where they can see him and hear his voice. But where they cannot be seen by him. Then the one whom he tried to seduce says to him, please repeat here privately what you told me before. If the seducer repeats what he said, the others ask him, but how shall we leave our God who is in heaven and serves idols? If the seducer repents, then all is well. But if he does say, this is our duty and it is right for us to do so, then the witnesses outside who have heard of him bring him before the judge and stone him to death. This is what they did to the son of Stada in Lud, and they hanged him on the eve of Passover. For this son of Stada was the son of Pandari. For Chasta tells us that Pandari was the husband of Staba, his mother, and he lived during the time of Paphos, the son of Jehuda. But his mother was Stada, Mary Magdalena, a lady hairdresser, who, in his said, is Pambati, deserted her husband. The meaning of this is that this Mary was called Stada, that is a prostitute, because according to what was taught at Pumbadita, she left her husband and committed adultery. This is also recorded in the Jerusalem Talmud and by Maimonides. Punkats Kazari and Ben Shapiro loves this guy. Go ask him. He probably licks his behind all the time. That the mention here is of Mary, the mother of Jesus, is verified in the tract Chahiga. When Behiah was visited once by death angel, the devil, the latter said to the assistant, "Go and bring to me Mary, the hairdresser, that is, kill her." And he went and brought Mary to the children's hairdresser in place of the other Mary. A marginal note explains this passage as follows. This story of Mary, the lady's hairdresser, happened under the second temple. She was the mother of Peloni, that man, as he is called under the tract, namely a seducer. You see the number 5? He alone, namely a seducer who tries to seduce another to worship an idol and to join a false religion. A marginal note says this son of Stada was called after his father, not his mother, although he was illegitimate. That's how they really feel. So I don't know why you Christians are even like, you know, you do what you do. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. But anyways, it says here, fourthly, he is called the one who was hanged, which clearly refers to the crucifixion of Christ, especially since it references to the time of on the eve of the Passover is added, which coincides with the time of the crucifixion of Jesus. In the Sanhedrin 43a says this, on the eve of Passover, they hanged Jesus. Fifthly, as to what the Jerusalem Talmud says about the 2 disciples of the elders who were sent as witnesses and spy on him, and who were afterwards brought forward as witness against him. This refers to the 2 false witnesses of whom the evangelists Matthew and Luke make mention. Matthew 27. Let's read it. Matthew 27, what? 63, I think? Yep. Matthew 27, 63. It says, now the next, verse 62, now the next day that followed the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate. Remember the Sanhedrin, saying, "Sir, we remember that the deceiver said, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day." Is that what they're talking about? Okay, let's continue. It's all good. On the eve of Passover, they hanged Jesus. I want to emphasize this because we're going to touch on this. Why is it important? Because it relates to you, brothers and sisters. Finally, a punishment for his crime and impiety, he suffered an ignominious death by being hanged on a cross on the eve of the Passover. So that the law was, okay, hold on. Change. Okay, cool. Check this out. Okay. Oh, this right here. Hold on. Look at this. Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus, is called karia, dung, excrement. In Hebrew, her proper name is Miriam. He who sees them mezabelim, excrementing, sacrificing before their idols. Christian sacrifices are called dung offerings in the Jerusalem Talmud. He that sacrifices unto idols shall be utterly destroyed. Tezer Ayarki, referring to Numbers 25:3, teaches that the Gentiles actually honor their God by excrementing before him. I'm not saying this. They're saying this. Check this out. For the Wagon Seal, Sada page 497 says that Boxtorf, in translating the word tifla as foolishness or vanity, did not go far enough. For this name, which is applied to a Christian church, really means a brothel or a whorehouse. Damn. You see, Christians, you see how silly they're making y'all? This is really like, to me, bro, it blows my mind that you guys are that dumb. But then again, Christian churches, a place of Christian worship is called Bet Tal Tifla, a house of vanity and foolishness. But no, it actually means brothel or a whorehouse. You love those Israelis that much? You love them that much? Check this out. Let me see if I have it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I downloaded it. I just didn't save it. My bad. I got a lot to share, family. I hope you guys can stick around, man. This is deep stuff. Because they'll help you understand the Bible a little bit better now that you know these traditions of man. Their concept, their approach, what they're doing, what they're thinking, you know what I'm saying? They were teaching traditions of man. Okay? Page 262. I'll come back to you. This is from a book called The Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Okay, The Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Let me go back to 262. What am I looking for here? Let's see here real quick. We're going to see the Talmud mentioned several times. I already have my pages taken care of, so it's all good. All right, so we're going to go on page 45. Start reading here, okay? Remember, the book is called Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews. Page 45 says, various stories of Alexander have also come down to us in Talmudic literature, most of them mere anecdotes without any historical value. Thus, the Egyptians and the Jews appear before Alexander to dispute on questions connected with Exodus. Alexander reaches the mountains of darkness and enters a city inhabited entirely by, well, check this out. So, Colomiados, this is how stupid you are. You know the whole island of the Califas, right? The black woman, Califas and shit, you know? This is why everything was very, like, it was romantic. It was just novel. Y'all are fucking dumb. Check this out. It says here, thus the Egyptians and the Jews appear before Alexander to dispute on questions connected with the Exodus. Here's a story. Alexander reaches the mountains of darkness and enters a city inhabited entirely by women. He bandies sophistries with the old men of the south and even flies on eagle's wings. See that? This tale resembles most of those composed of Alexander by the people of the East and the West in the Middle Ages. Dumbasses. Just like Khalifa's story. It's all novelty. Some island, a bunch of women, and they call it Island of Darkness. So una isla negra, which can translate to una isla llena de mujeres que están negras. See, y'all are dumb, bro. Anyways, but again, you know, what should I expect out of useful idiots? Yeah, I'm calling you useful idiot, culo. I know you ain't never gonna look at this channel, bro. You think you're high and mighty, but you won't put your name on the board, bro. Their origin goes back to Alexandrian literature of Hellenistic period. Okay, so we see here. Now let's continue. Because we see in this particular book the mention of the Talmudic story. Greatly resembles Josephus' story. You see? So there's a Talmud concept even in this time. Page, I'm just kind of skipping some things, getting to the nitty-gritty. Page 47. The political negotiation between Simon and the Just, and Antiochus or Antiochus did not, so far as we know, concern the Samaritan question. Whereas the Talmudic stories emphasize precisely this, the dispute between the Jews and the Samaritans, kutum in the Talmud, here ends with the destruction of the temple. You see this? So the Samaritans, as you know, do not follow the Talmud. They have the Torah, and I can't say in Hebrew. I think they have it in Paleo, maybe. But I know that they don't follow the Talmud. A historical element is therefore no more to be sought in the Talmudic story than in the Josephus. Check this out. Alexander's negative attitude to the Samaritans is stressed both in Josephus and in the Talmud. Let me read this real quick. Alexander writes, Josephus honored our people, and if this Hecatus speaks in his book of the Jews. He relates that Alexander gave the Jews the land of Samaria free of tax in exchange for the friendship and loyalty which they elicited. Honestly, I don't know if that's true because there's no history that says that he talked to them. Let me get to the point. Watch this. The Talmudic story, Antipatris, is mentioned in the place where Alexander met the Jews. The name betrays chronologically inaccuracy, as the city of Antipatris was founded by Herod and was not existent in Alexandria's day. Nevertheless, Hellenistic towns were not built on vacant sites. And we know the name of the previous nearby settlement, which was Kfar Saba, as this is near the shore, and Alexander traveled along the coast of his way by Tyre to Gaza, and back he passed by Kfar Saba. And it might be conjecture that the Talmudic story preserved an important local tradition on a historic meeting between Alexander and the Jews. So the Talmud supposedly said, or the Talmud says, I guess supposedly, that they met. But these are what they say, Talmudic tales. Talmudic tales. Talmudic tales. All right, let's go to page 107. I want to show you something real quick. I found this name in here and I thought it was interesting. Come on, man. Move. Check this out. What a way to find this, right? Here, too, the Greek town was first and foremost a polis from the juridical point of view. An independent urban community with a consul, boule. You guys heard of Black Boule? Interesting, right? The Black Boule. Certified seller, as they call it. Nah, not at all. This is you guys. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but this is y'all. Right here. Y'all been working together ever since. This is why FOPI and all those black onlys and shit, they cannot comprehend the fact that they were working with the gringos. And now it's like a completely like oh my God, we never knew their languages. Shut your ass up. So characteristics was this autonomy of the Greek city in Palestine that we sometimes find the Talmud designating the town itself as Adtaniv or Avtanit or Boule. Now, these guys have this name. Why do you think these Khazars don't say nothing? Come on, man. Can't fool us, bro. Y'all working together. Yeah, I know. It hurts your feelings and shit. It hurts your feelings because there's nothing you can do about what I'm sharing. Because I'm not lying. That's what hurts y'all the most. Let's continue here. It says, what was the character of the Pharisees and Sadducees under the Hasmoneans, and whether their late features may also be ascribed to the earlier period, are questions which still await solution. Okay? Check this out. It says here, the latter sentence Eleazar to stripes, a sentence which Hyrcanus thought too light, for in his view it should have been that of death. The Sadducees, who had long hated the Pharisees, exploited the quarrel to alienate Hyrcanus from the Pharisees, proving to the king from the fact that they had not seen fit to punish him as he desired. I talked to a brother today, and he was pretty impressed on the fact that people in his work were this deceiving. And this is what you see, bro, if you're listening. You see the same thing. The Eleazar had expressed the opinion of all the Pharisees. Hyrcanus, enraged against the Pharisees, drew away from them and went over to the Sadducees. You see this? The same story is told again in the Talmud. So this is stuff that we can confirm. It's been talked about even back then. Check this out. Hyrcanus abolished all the laws which the Pharisees had given to the people. Let me go back. Let's read this. This is interesting, right? We're not in the position to judge how far its details are authentic. But the fact that the rift between Hyrcanus and the Pharisees is not itself a doubt. Josephus relates that immediately after the split, Hyrcanus abolished all the laws which the Pharisees had given to the people. Isaiah chapter 50.
Who are you?
Once again, oral traditions, the Babylonian traditions. The Pharisees had given many laws to the nations, and based on ancestral tradition, which had not been written in the law of Moses.
Gotcha, bitch.
Very true. It's all Zionism, no matter how you slice it, my brother. That's very true. I'm glad you're seeing it. In 1492, it hasn't stopped. Since 1492, they've been here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Since 1492. That's why when you hear this culomiados and all these wabos or BHIs want us, oh, we're those people. Oh, we ruled Europe. Yeah, we came and we conquered. Well, what you're doing is you're taking the name of conquistadors that ravaged, savagely killed and raped and murdered our gente. And that's why you guys take this like, oh, yeah, we were them and we conquered them and we enslaved our own people. You see, you talk about it so easily because it don't mean nothing to you, spiritually speaking. You didn't go through this shit. I know we did. That's why we don't let this stick go. You think it's a joke. It's not, spiritually speaking, a joke. If you want to talk spiritually speaking, I always had nightmares that I was watching people walk over me as if I was buried alive. Why did I have those nightmares? Stuff ain't no joke, man. This is serious. The Pharisees had given many laws to the nation. So when the Messiah came, he wasn't doing away with the laws of the Most High. He was doing away with the laws of the Pharisees, the traditions of men. That's what he was doing away with. That's why you guys are going to burn. And you BHIs that don't teach this knowledge, you're all going to burn too for being damn Canaanites. And for other reasons too. Whereas the Sadducean sect opposes, saying that only the written law should be observed, not those arising from ancestral traditions. You see how the Pharisees and Sadducees, why they were such a difference? See, we didn't really know this before. And IUIC didn't teach this because they're also part of the group. They're all infiltrated, man. Nate the Snake graduated from a college called Brown College. And did you know that there are actual Kappa Gamma Boule organizations tied to that place? Oh, you think I don't know? You think I don't know, Nate the Snake? Bro, I've been watching your ass, man. Y'all can't fool me. Josephus adds that on this issue, great conflict took place between the two groups, and only the wealthy followed the Sadducees, whereas the people joined the Pharisees. Traditions of men. Traditions of men. Check this out. These observations provided a profound explanation as to what related in the anecdote, showing that here was no chance quarrel which had broke out at the royal court, owing to the discourtesy of a guest at a banquet. But the perpetuation of the ancient feud between the priests and the scribes, whose social character had discussed in previous chapters. Now, Christianity does the same thing. For example, the Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Ten Commandments, El Credo. Where does it say to do that in the Bible, Christians? Tell me where, Catholic people, where does it say to learn those in the Bible? Where are those prayers in the Bible? You can't answer that. Let me continue. What did the Pharisees demand of Hyrcanus? According to the account of Josephus and the Talmud, the Pharisees asked him to give up the high priesthood and to be content with the secular power which he possessed. This is why he was leaning towards the Sadducees. They based their demand on the pretext that he had been born to his mother when she was in captivity. Ooh. Partus sequitur ventrum.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's where it came from. The people that were ruling in the 13 colonies were not Christians. They were Kabbalists. They were practitioners of the Talmud. That's why you have that checkered board. Okay? You cannot fool this. That's why you Christians are dumb. This was a Christian country. No, it wasn't. It was a Kabbalist country. Check this out. It says, they based their demands on the pretext that he had been born in captivity. I'm sorry. This was a falsehood. This was a falsehood. So now we see here, there's a war between the Sadducees, Pharisees, and Hyrcanus. He was the last of the Hasmonean dynasty, meaning the true people of the bloodline. So even these Pharisees at that time, you can already see a conversion or a proselyting in a sense, because we know that Herod and Tetrarch, through his father, which was, I believe, all the way back through after the split of Alexander the Great, you see the lineage of Herod. They become people of power. Then they're the kings, they're the rulers of Jerusalem, Herod and his lineage. That's why Paul said, you study what I study, because they were studying, he knew the traditions of man, which was the Talmud, not Christianity. You see what I mean? It says here, hold on a second, gave up the secular power, remained a high priest as before, whereas the demanded just the opposite. Otto Witzer also argues that the Pharisees could not consent at the high priesthood he be held by men whose hands were stained with blood. But the law of Moses had never prohibited offensive war against idolaters, however cruel, while the forcible Judaization of the Palestinian population, which had been carried out by Hasmoneans. You see this? So we see a struggle, and we see a constant what? Who gave these people particular traditions? Hold on a second. Let me go back. See this here? Talmudic tales here. The Pharisees had given many laws to the nation based on ancestral tradition, which had not been written in the laws of Moses. Now you understand, better clarity, a little bit more reasoning, a little bit more patience. That's why it says here, Matthew 5:17, think not that I come to destroy the law of Moses or the prophets, because they spoke. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill that particular prophecy of the real book. For barely I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall no wise pass from this law till all be fulfilled. You see what I mean? This is why it's important to understand jot and one tittle. Jot and one tittle. Go back to this. Deuteronomy 4:2. Can't add to the word, right? Revelation 22:18 says the same thing. You can't add to it. You can't add to it, right? But they do. They did. The Pharisees did. Traditions of man. This is why you see the confusion. The Messiah didn't come and do away with the laws of Moses, in a sense. Only the sacrificial. What he was also getting rid of was all those traditions, external, which did no good for you, because there was no examination. There was no repentance. It was just tradition. And once more, you cannot add to the word of the Most High. So now we see that the Messiah was dealing with the Pharisees, which is why he kept saying traditions of man, traditions of man, traditions of man. You see the Pharisees, Mark 7:1, then came together unto him Pharisees and certain scribes, which came from Jerusalem. And when he saw one of his disciples eat bread with defiled, this is to say, with unwashed hands, they found fault. For the Pharisees and all the Jews, except they wash their hands often, eat not, holding the traditions of the elders. Where in the Bible does it say to do that? You don't see it in Leviticus. It talks about cleanliness regarding the dealing with sexuality, the sexual part, or the cleaning, or whatever it may be, right? But it doesn't talk about anything in regards to you washing your hands. We see this in the Talmud. This is why we know and understand that the Messiah was dealing with a bunch of different doctrines specifically what these people were teaching. So when Christians say that he came to destroy the laws of God, they are effing liars. But again, and always, heathens will never tell you the truth. And they're going to be teaching based on, well, I guess what they know. This is pretty good. They actually mentioned Enoch in here. I was going to bring it later. If I remember, I'll bring it back up later. Let me see if I can get to the point. I think a little bit more. We're halfway through, family. We're halfway through. The Sadducees appear as men without a religion or morality in later Talmudic literature. And in Enoch's eyes, they were simply pagans. Interesting, huh? Let's see what we got. All right, let's continue. Next book. In case you guys never heard of this guy. Give me a second. Check this out. It's taking a little while, sorry. In the meantime, let me download this real quick. The History of the Marranos by Cecil Ross. Okay. History of the Marranos. The history of Marranos. Let me get to a point here real quick. I'm going to show you something. They're all connected, family. You'll be surprised. It's amazing, man. The Jews and the Moors. You motherfuckers. You dirty bastards. And yeah, the Moors were light-skinned and swarthy. The Jews were also light-skinned and swarthy. Yep. We totally know now. And it's all good. We know y'all are fake anyways. The real Israelites have finally woken up. The heyday Inquisition. Give me a second. I'm trying to look for something real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. There we go. We go right here. The History of the Marranos, the antecedent of crypto-Judaism. I think it's important to bring you to the attention, okay, that, remember I mentioned that Christians came in the name of Christ. And unlike what they were given the opportunity to convert, like they said, without the sword, they were given the opportunity to convert with love and compassion and caring. That's what they say, okay? That's what they say. Let me just kind of put my face real quick. When they came here, they didn't give us the compassion or the love or the opportunity to get the understanding. No, they said, convert or die by the sword. And I'm like, if you guys say that God allowed the doors to Gentiles, didn't demand them to keep the laws, why do you show up here and demand us to keep certain laws? And if we don't, you kill us. Well, if you really think about it, family, if the majority of these people were crypto Jews, meaning converts in name, they didn't believe in Christianity. What better way to mock a religion that you fucking hate? You kill in its name. You destroy people in its name. I'm not a Christian. I don't care. But hey, you know what? It's an idolatrous religion. I'm just converting because I don't want to die. Why do you think these things happen? It's very important to understand the attitude that these people had towards us. The attitude that they had towards us. Check this out. This is I already showed you the book. Let's get to some points. Traditional Jewish law, in fact, made special provisions for cases when observance of ceremonial practices became impossible because of compulsion, or in the time of persecution. The theory was put to test in late Talmudic times in the 5th century during the Zoroastrian persecution in Persia. You see how Zoroastrians were around? This consisted, however, in enforced neglect of traditional observance rather than the positive conformity of the dominant religion. Judaism was thus driven to the extent underground, regaining complete freedom only some years later. You see this here? So it goes into supposedly hiding, right? Well, who brings it back? There's this guy named Sabbatai Sevi. The Domi of Salonika were the descendants of those adherent to the pseudo-messiah Sabbatai Sevi, who followed him into apostasy. And while staunchly confirming Muslims, they practiced a Masonic Judaism in their homes. You see this? And while staunchly conforming Muslim, they practice a Masonic Judaism in their homes. You see this? So they're calling themselves one thing, claiming to be Muslims, but still practicing Masonic traditions. How so? This Sabbatai Sevi character is quite a story. Check this out. In some other points of considerable importance, the Marranos were profoundly influenced by their environment. Victims of Inquisition were reserved as martyrs in honor of certain outstanding figures. Religious confraternities were actually formed, very much as though some Christian saints were in question. All right? So we see here a name, Marrano. Marrano. We even read of a Mexican woman who acted as a professional faster, charging one piece of an eighth in each occasion, talking about like fasting. So we see here again, a man will be saved by his works, whatever his creed, asserted a simple Marrano woman. A zealous priest denounced Antonio Fernandez Carvajal, the founder of English Jewry. You see this here, Marranos. I'm looking at Marranos. And who is this Sabbatai Sevi? Check this out. The Messianic idea did not exhaust itself with the mere denial of claims of Jesus. Restoration of the land of promise continued to occupy an important part in Marrano hopes and prayers. In its early generations, as we have seen, the Marranos had their pseudo-messiah, Luis Diaz of Setúbal, and their prophetess, the Maid of Herrera, to mention only two. As late as the middle of the 17th century, the reports which reached peninsula of Sabbatai Sevi, the Turkish pretender who set all the Levant in a blaze, were sufficient to attract a concourse of adherents. So this guy of Turkish bloodline is a Jew, so-called the Messiah. It says that they expected a Messiah. In Mexico, the Messiah had been confidently expected for 1642 or 1643. You see this? And extravagant hopes were centered in the persons of Gaspar Baez Sevilla. Excuse me. A known descendant of the tribe of Levi. See this? Marranos still practicing Judaism in secret. That's what we're seeing. You see, with ancient riots of bar mitzvah, that's not true. You see here now. Now we thought it was just Christians here. No. Sabbatai Sevi, the mystical Messiah. See? Sabbatai Sevi. See? What are we looking at here? Let's check this out. Remember the name Marrano. The cultivated force of this criticism left Sholem, portraits of Sabbatai Sevi and the Sabbatean movement, considerable open to the amendments. Over the ensuing decade and a half, number of monograph presents both new data and new interpretation. Perhaps the most sufficient was Yosef Yahim Yerushalmi, study of Isaac Cardoza, the older brother of Sabbatean prophet Abraham Miguel Cardoza. You see these names? Where's that dirty water that thinks that, he's a Sephardic Jew? Stupid ass. Sholem had used Abraham Miguel Cardoza to demonstrate that there were a basic converge between the mentality of the Marranos and that of Sabbateans. Really? It says here, let's see what I'm looking for. I'll read here. Here in the empire, by far great majority of Spanish Jews, the main bearers of the Sabbatean movement, had settled. The amazing rise of the communities of Amsterdam and Hamburg is well known, yet the members of these communities, descendants of Marranos, reacted no differently from their brethren in Morocco, who smarted under almost continuous oppression and persecution. Those expelled from Spain and the descendants of escaping Marranos in particular. Why would Europeans kick out Europeans? Doesn't make no sense, right? Makes no sense. Check this out. The poor probably formed a small majority only. A large part of Near Eastern and Mediterranean trade, including that with North Africa and Turkey, was in hand of the Jews. Prominent among the latter was the Marrano element, and it is the Marranos who everywhere appear among the leading supporters of the movement. Sasportas and other anti-Sabbatinian assiduously overlooked this fact for obvious reasons. It was, after all, so much easier to denounce the rabble, whereas admonitions of the part played by wealthy and respected group of former Marranos would have been very awkward. You see this? Marranos, right? Marranos, como puercos and shit. Why am I emphasizing this? It's a rhetorical question, by the way. Check this out. We see Marrano. We also see the Talmud. You see this? He taught the Talmud. Make no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was all up in it. And these people were not teaching the commandments of the Most High. So we see here apocalyptic text, Midrashim, from the end of the Talmudic period to the Middle Ages, has been collected and edited. Somewhere in this page it talks about that. All right. Here. What we may ask, did the Messianic idea imply for the simple Jew whose hopes were nourished in addition to the biblical prophecies by a number of popular well-known legends and apocalyptic myth rashims? So now you know what that means. You see, here we see the Talmudic or Talmud constantly. Constantly. I'm not making this up. The Talmud has said that no converts would be accepted in the Masonic era. There will be no converts because no more holy souls would be left among the Gentiles, since, by definition, the Messiah could come only after the last sparks of holiness had been extracted from them. That's why they say what they say. Okay, so you see that here. The Talmud, right? Remember we saw the Kabbalah? See? So it goes hand in hand. If you have the Kabbalah, you're dealing with the Talmud. If you're dealing with the Talmud, you have the Kabbalah. Okay? Tradition and creation, new creation in ritual of Kabbalist. Sholem. I'm not making this up, family. Look, 200 of those came up. Let me go back. We'll go from the beginning. The Messianic idea in the Kabbalah, Lurianic Kabbalah, again, the significance of it, the spread of it. You see? You see this? I'm not making this up. This is their religion. These guys are not the real Israelites of the Bible. These are converts. These are Khazars. These are people that study the Kabbalah. They have their own tradition, religions. They shouldn't call themselves Israelis. You should just call yourselves Europeans with a Kabbalah religion. You are not of the seed of Abraham. You are not of the seed of David. You are exactly what you are. You're Europeans trying to be somebody you're not. When calling for a history of Kabbalah in all of its forms and through its history, he continued, and the same can be said for all the branches out from it. That is the Masonic movement based upon the esoteric wisdom and Hasidism. Esoteric wisdom. That's why I kept telling y'all the Emerald Tablets, the teachings of Tot. It's not too far-fetched. It's all in here. Look, a candid letter about the true intentions of studying Kabbalah on the possibility of Jewish mysticism in our time. You guys can read this. The Magician. These are mysticisms. Demonic. That's why you have, what's his name? That Matthew dude. He was doing that whole, like, you know, writing that Sephiroth stuff. Matter of fact, that reminded me. See? The Sephiroth. Kabbalist doctrine developed apart from the eschatology because of, in its original setting, is concentrated less on the end of the world than it's on its primordial beginning of creation. For this is what the Kabbalist conception of Godhead, as enshrined in the doctrine of Sephiroth, really amounts to: the hidden God, known as Kabbalist terminology as Ein Sof, the infinite, the everlasting. That's why you have those books that say you know, like, you are what you think about. You manifest your own destiny. You manifest your own creation because you are a God within yourself. If you exercise those heavenly mysticisms, it's really what it is. It says here, hidden God, known Kabbalist terminology as Ein Sof, is far removed from everything created. He is unrevealed, non-manifest, and unknown. Only the emanation of his power, operating in the creation, both the higher and the nether worlds, transforms Ein Sof into the creator God. The different stage of emanation manifests the hidden potencies and attributes, which God acts in, which are all essentially one in the unity of God. Even as the flames is bound to the coal, 10 such stages known as the Sephiroth constitute the inner life of Godhead. This is the tree, I believe, that we weren't supposed to take. The Sephiroth, the Talmud, the Kabbalah, it's all hand in hand. This is what the Messiah was talking about. He knew this was going on. They weren't keeping the commandments like you thought they were. He didn't come, he ain't like, oh, he just wanted us to stop, you know, from keeping the laws. No, it wasn't any of that. It wasn't any of that. Hillary was trying to save people's lives, man. I want to show you something. Let's get to the nitty-gritty now. I keep saying that shit. The secret relationship between the blacks and the Jews. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Check this out. Who were the main pushers of slavery? Portuguese Jews, right? Slave dealers. Jews were among the most important slave dealers, it says. The principal purchasers of slaves were found among the Jews. In 1460, when Jews were the masters of the nautical science in Portugal, that nation was importing 700 to 800 slaves yearly. They weren't all white, by the way. They weren't all white people enslaving black people. It was swarthy-looking bastards that were enslaving white and black people. And more than often, they were getting the Slavs. The Africans, on the other hand, they were selling their own people. Those are facts. Jewish participation in the slave trade, particularly their trafficking of non-Jewish slaves, incited the moral indignation of Europe's Gentile population. You see that right there? So, if these Jews were being expelled, they had no power, pobrecitos and shit. Hold on a second. Sorry about that, family. I'm over here reading like that. If they had no power, pobrecitos and all that, how is it that they're trafficking slaves? Not possible. Unless not Jews, but Jews were the real financial basis of the first expedition of Columbus. 1492, more than 300 Jews were expelled from Spain. Why would you expel Europeans if you're European? In fact, the Spanish Jews amassed large fortunes dealing with Christian slaves and became quite prominent within the Spanish hierarchy, or Spain hierarchy. They had obtained the most important offices and positions of trust in the cabinet. And accounting house rulers had maintained great influence over the regional trade, causing many to believe that the Jews exercised an unhealthy domination over the economy of the region. The rulers were convinced enough to order all Jews to either convert to Christ or leave Spain. We see once again, cochinos marranos, the secret Jews. The marranos were those compulsory converted Jews and their descendants who outwardly became Christians, but secretly continued to meet in the synagogue, celebrating feast days, and observe the Jewish Sabbath, and keeping the Kabbalah tradition, in the Zohar, in the Mishnah, and believing in the fact that the Messiah was born of a whore. Those are facts. The name marrano, pinche cochino, may be derived from the old Castilian marrano, swine. That's what you are. And I'm going to prove it as to why I'm saying this. Spain began a series of conversion drives to convert all Jews in Spain to Christianity. Why? Because they believed that Christians were dung. If you're telling me my gente is dung, what do you think I'm going to feel? It says the Spanish Inquisition. Hold on a second. In an unprecedented number and with little resistance, the Jews converted. This rush to mass conversion, an event unparalleled in Jewish history, is perhaps the best summed up by Cecil Roth. It was not difficult for insincere temporizing Jews to become insincere temporizing Christians. Ooh. It was not difficult for insincere temporizing Jews to become insincere temporizing Christians. The Marranos, also called conversos, right? New Christians, were simply charged with not being Catholic. The same applied to Muslims, who were expelled in like manner and in great numbers than Jews. More than them. Some 50,000 Jews chose to convert rather than leave their land and their riches. Oh, you son of a bitch. See this? The Jews in Spain, New Spain. Many persons, the resolution adopted by Ferdinand in expelling so profitable and opulent a people acquainted with every mode of collecting wealth. So they converted so they don't lose their money. That's why they did it. That's why they did it. Now, let's continue. The same applied to Muslims who were expelled in like manner in greater numbers. Some 50,000 Jews chose to convert rather than to leave their land. Contrary to popular notion, those who left were not refugees searching for religious freedom, but entrepreneurs looking for economic opportunities. When they fled, they brought a few Torah scrolls. Why? Come on, we know now. And even fewer copies of the Jewish holy book Talmud with them. When asked what he thought about Moranos knew of Judaism after their first flight from Spain and Portugal, Roth answered in one word: nothing.
Oh, that's gonna hurt! Who are you?
The majority fled south and eastward to North Africa and centers of Salonika, Constantinople, Elapi, and Damascus. While others sought and found refuge in the Netherlands, they were established synagogues, schools, cemeteries, and high levels of wealth and culture. You see this? Though many escaped, they ended up becoming the kidnappers and slave marketers. How in the world do you expel people that have so much power? Check this out. 6 prominent Jews accompanied Columbus: Bernal, Marco, Rodrigo, Luis de Torres, and sailor Alfonso de Calle. Rodrigo de Trina, this is very interesting, who is claimed to be the first white man to ever see the world.
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt!
So all these other bastards are dark-skinned Swati. Yeah. See this family? Don't let Colomiados fool you, bro. They weren't West Africans. The connection between the Jews and the discovery of America was not, however, merely a question of fortuitous coincidence. The epoch-making expedition of 1492 was a matter of fact very largely a Jewish, or rather a Marrano, enterprise. A few scholars, including Roth, presents strong evidence that Columbus was himself a Jew. He hid his Jewishness, they say, because no Spanish Jew could ever have expected aid from the king or queen of Spain. So the explorer claimed to be an Italian Catholic. Tina Levitan, author of Jews in American Life, found the first reference of Columbus' Jewishness in print in the diplomatic document dated 58 years after the discovery of death. The French ambassador to Spain, she revealed, refers to Columbus the Jew. Furthermore, she states, from him we learned that Cristobal Colon, who never called himself Christopher Columbus and never spoke a word of Italian, was the son of Susana Fontarosa, right? Or also spelled Fontana Rosal, Domingo Colón de Pontevedra, Spain, where those bearing such surnames were Jews, some of them whom had been brought before the Spanish Inquisition. Letters written by him to strangers have customary X at the top indicate so and so. So you see that. Okay? You see this right here? So what was he? Christopher Columbus was an experienced sailor long before his infamous voyage. Sir Arthur Helps writes that in the course of his letters, Columbus speaks after the fashion of practiced slave dealers. In fact, in 1498, his 5-ship expedition brought 600 Indians to Spain as slaves. 200 were given to the masters of the ships, 400 sold in Spain. So if they were expelled, how in the world did he come back? This is important to know because now you're getting to see Jews and Moors working together. Jews and Moors practicing and believing almost the same doctrine. So now we know that it wasn't just Christians coming. It was more than Christians. It was converted Jews and Moors who were only converted by name. Right? Like Diego Velázquez, Pánfilo Narváez. Right? Okay. Now let's get to this point. This is a very interesting understanding here, so I want to bring this up. In 1514, while living in Cuba, Las Casas was studying a passage in the Bible, the book of Sirach, which reads in part, "The Lord is for them that wait upon him in the ways of truth and justice." Las Casas was finally convinced that all the actions of the Spanish in the New World had been illegal and that they constituted a great injustice. He made up his mind to give up his slaves and encomienda and started to preach that other colonists should do the same. When his preachings met with resistance, he realized that he would have to go to Spain, taking his fight against the enslavement, abuse of native people directly from the royal courts of King Charles. Why do you think he's doing that? Because he knew these guys weren't real Christians. They were Christians in name. The Spaniards with their horses, remember, they were Jews and Moors who still believed in their doctrine. But because they didn't want to lose their riches, they were Christians in name. That's why I was like, if you guys are the Gentiles and the Messiah opened the door for you, how could you come and try to convert us and not do the same approach? Instead, use the sword. Did the Messiah use the sword on you damn Gentiles? No. So it made no sense. So Las Casas is like, yo, these guys are animals because they didn't believe. They were Kabbalists, Talmudic practitioners, Jewish people, crypto Jews, Sephardics mostly, and Muslims, Islamic, North Africans, maybe a few sprinkles of West, several Arabians, several Turkish. Now we know why Psalms 83 makes a lot of sense. The Spaniards with their horses, their spears and lances began to commit murder and other strange cruelties. These were people that were not Christians. There were all kinds of other nations helping the Spaniards conquer us, helping these Jews conquer this land to make it a promised land. Why would you expel Europeans if you're European? You get what I'm saying? The British came later. Remember that. What did these bastards do? They entered into towns and villages, sparing neither children nor older men and women. They ripped their bellies, they ripped their bellies and cut them to pieces as if they had been slaughtering lambs in the field. They made bets with each other over who could thrust a sword into the middle of a man or who could cut off his head with one stroke. They took little ones by the heels and crushed their heads against a cliff. Others they threw into the rivers, laughing and mocking them as they tumbled into the water. So you West Africans that are claiming to be natives, and then you say, oh yeah, we ruled Europe and blah, 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 and yeah, we enslaved our people. You don't know what you're saying. And that's why it's so casual for you, because that shit didn't happen to you. Spiritually speaking, it didn't happen to you. That's why you're so casual. And this is how I know that you ain't Israelites, because you didn't even see this shit. You guys been teaching this doctrine for so many years, and you telling me I'm bringing out stuff that you guys never even heard of? Neftali, please do not ever come click on this link. I may leave you on for like 10 minutes and then I'll embarrass your chunky ass. I got no respect for heathens, man, especially when they try to call us other names that they are themselves. They made bets with each other over who could thrust a sword in the middle of a man or woman, or who could cut off his head with one stroke. They took little ones by their heels and crushed their heads against the cliff. Others they threw into the river, laughing and mocking them as they had tumbled into the water. They put everyone there they met to the edge of the sword. Did the Messiah do that to you Christians? Now, remember this whole time I told you about this right here? Right? Oh, no, not that one. This one. The one who was hanged? The one who was hanged? Remember that? Okay. See this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. He is facing all of them. You ever wonder why they did that? You have to wonder why. Here's why. One time I saw 4 or 5 important natives, nobles, roasted and broiled upon makeshift grills. They cried out pitifully. These things so troubled our captain that day he could not sleep. He commanded that they be strangled to the end their misery. The sergeant, I know him and his friends from Seville, would not strangle them, but put bullets into their mouths instead. Check this out. I have seen all these things and others infinite. Most tried to flee. They tried to hide in mountains. They tried to flee from these men who were empty of all pity, behaving like savage beasts. They were nothing more than slaughter and enemies of mankind. These evil men had even thought taught their hounds, fierce dogs, to tear natives pieces at first sight. And when, although rare, the Indians put to death some Spaniards upon good right and law of justice, the Spaniards made an agreement that for every one Spaniard killed, they had to slay 100 Indians. You see this? These were Christians in name. Secret Jews, secret Moranos, still practicing their Islam and their Kabbalah shit, claiming to be Christians while cutting us in pieces. That's what they did. And I'm going to prove it right now. Let me keep going. You'll see. Check this out. Look at this. They also did a lot of different crazy shit, family. This is probably going to hurt a lot of your feelings right here. They made us starve so that we were eating our people because of starvation. Okay. I'll read it. With 50 men, they can all be subjugated and made to do whatever is required of them. Upon the arrival, the native population worked for hours to rescue the crew and their cargo. Despite the natives' kindness, Columbus's mind immediately went to how profitable enslaving the native population would be. They are evil, and I believe they are from the islands of Caribs, and they eat men. Describing them as savage and cannibals, he says. Dog-like noses that drink the blood of their victims. Columbus sailors were rapists and murderers, and I can prove it. I got books to show it. While I was in a boat, I captured a beautiful Carib woman, he says, whom the said Lord Admiral gave to me, and with whom, having taken her into my cabin, she being naked according to their custom, I conceived desire to take pleasure. I wanted to put my desire into execution, but she did not want it and treated me with her fingernails in such manner that I wish I had never begun. But seeing that, I took a rope and thrashed her well, for which she raised such an unheard of scream that you would not believe your ears. Finally, we came to an agreement in such manner I could tell you that she seemed to have been brought up in a school of harlots. Let me show you this real quick. Check this out. This is from a book I have. It's called Los Conquistadores Psicópatas. Okay. Check this out. It's this book here. I'm going to open some pages. Give me a second. Stop it. Stop. Stop. There it goes right here. Los Conquistadores Psicópatas. Okay. Page, I believe, 68. Cristóbal Colón, el primer psicópata que llegó a América. It's true. The first psychopath that came to America. Libros icónicos acerca de la evidente psicopatía de los invasores fueron escritos en aquellos tiempos de la invasión. Entre los icónicos encontramos la gran obra por su contenido y volumen que escribió el padre Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, que ganó a pulso el título de protector de los indios, pero que pocos saben que también fue encomendero, por lo que conoció a fondo esa institución, llegando a recuperar su propia encomienda, y lo más notable es que escribió acerca de las crueldades y vejaciones que sufrieron los nativos de manos de los llamados conquistadores. Let me get to the point. Give me a second. There it goes right here. Remember how that other article said that supposedly this one? He said that a woman, right? While I was in a boat, I captured a Carib woman, right? Okay. He said that. That's a lie, family. She wasn't a woman. Okay? She was a little girl. And I can prove it on this book. Page, I believe, is 72. Okay? It says, la víspera de nuestro retorno a España, decepcionados al no haber encontrado oro, rodeamos los 4 poblados situados cerca de nuestro fondeadero y capturamos a 1,600 salvajes, hombres, mujeres y niños grandes también. Y los embarcamos en nuestras naos o barcos o ships para venderlos como esclavos en España. Al contar con espacio suficiente en nuestras carabelas, informamos a los soldados del fortín que podrían capturar tantos esclavos como quisieran entre los indios que quedaban. Como la pequeña ralea de las mujeres, los bebés abandonada en situ, armaba un jaleo horrible. Le rompimos el cráneo. Los otros niños fueron devorados por las bestias. So they cracked their craniums open, and these babies were fed to the beast. On top of that, como pagó de una deuda de juego, el propio Colón me ofreció una magnífica esclava caribe de 11 años.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Que cuando quise ejercer mi derecho sobre ella, comenzó a gritar y se me resistió. Tuvo entonces que disciplinarla con mi látigo y forzarla. 11-year-old girl. 11 years old. She wasn't no Carib woman, and she didn't scream like a hoe. No. So I don't know who, I could say he's a Sephardic convert, whatever. I don't know if he's an Islam. I don't give a shit at this point. But I'm proving the cause here. So all these people that are sitting in this country claiming racism, oh, white folks did this to me, white folks did that to me, and y'all don't like Islam, blah, blah, blah. Y'all been doing this shit to each other for a long time. What I really dislike is the fact that you came and lied to every single individual, white and black folks. Y'all been lying to people. You've been hiding the fact that blacks, dark-skinned people came and conquered America. You lied about the fact that there was Jews who financed these things. You lied about the fact that it wasn't by chance that you landed in this continent. And you're lying on the fact that this was the old world, that this is Atlantis, and you have some Negro saying, oh, this is the Egyptian towns. There's no way that these Mexicans could have made these pyramids. Look how stupid they look. That's exactly what you guys are saying. So now we're seeing one particular thing about your spirit, that you love to rape young girls. This is sad shit right here, man. This is your history, Ox. You Christians that say, oh, hey, you want to give credit to Christopher Columbus, white folks? You say you built America, but you hate the Jew? He's the one that got you here. You don't know that, do you? Give me a second. Oh, I think I put it here. Let me see. Yep. Look, this is another book I have. Okay. Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón, 1892. All right. We're going to go to page 313. Sorry, 317. What am I doing? Bro, stop it. 317 coming right up. There it goes right here. Listen to this, okay? Por una mujer también se fallan 100 castellanos como por una labranza. Y es mucho en uso. Y haya fartos mercaderos que andan buscando muchachas. De nuevo, a 10 son ahora en precio, de todas edades, de tener un bueno. So let me translate this because it is somewhat complicated to read it too, and I had to translate it myself. Translate. Check this out. Okay. It says here, in Spanish, remember, I'm translating this book here. All right. Page 317 from Biblioteca Clásica, Relaciones y Cartas de Cristóbal Colón. Cristóbal el Culo. The dirty bastard. Okay. Okay, remember that. Give me a second here. Page 317. All right. Give me a second. 317, all right? So I don't want you to think I'm misleading you here. Look at the translation. It said, a woman also fails 100 Castilians as if a form of farm, and it is much in use. You see, one woman, hundreds Castilians, meaning they train her, and it is much in use. And it has already merchants favor who anchor, I guess, young-looking girls from 9 to 10 are now in price. Of all ages, it must have a good one. Do you understand what that means? They were searching for 9 and 10-year-old girls, including 11, to run a train on them. Who likes to run train on women? Who made it popular nowadays? Are you going to run from that? Columbus provided native sex slaves to his men. In addition to putting the natives to work as slaves in his gold mine, Columbus also sold sex slaves to his men, some as young as 9. We just confirmed it. Columbus and his men also raided villages for sex and sports. 100 Castilians are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm. And it's very general, and there is plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand. What do you think of that? You think I'm kidding? You think this is a joke? I got another one for you. Let's confirm it. Let's confirm it. Let's confirm it. John Smith, you fucking rapist. Yes, I said it. You Mormon damn religion of yours. Crappy ass shit. Dumb ass damn heathens, bro. I'm gonna show you what your boy did here. I'm gonna show you what John Smith did, what you guys are so proud of. Your white heritage. Let's go and enjoy your white heritage for a second. What did you do to Pocahontas? Oh, Pocahontas, huh? Yeah, I bring the fire. You did the same shit to Pocahontas. She was not even 9, 10 years old. 12 maybe. This is from the history and present state of Virginia. I believe that's 1775 maybe, some shit, I don't know. All right, let's go here. Page 14. By virtue of this present, Captain John Smith was sent by the London Company in December 1606, authorized by King James, who supposedly was a dark-skinned man, who authorized partes intervention, by the way. Okay? So we're talking about this punk ass right here. Let's look at this crackly history. While these things were acting in Bermuda, Captain Smith being very much burnt by the accidental firing of some gunpowder as he was up in a discovery of his boats. Oh, yeah. This is the page where they end up eating themselves. Let me just kind of side point here. So when you guys first showed up, right? When you guys first showed up, you couldn't take care of yourselves. So you ended up eating yourselves because you were too lazy. Okay. And yet for this, they continue their disorder, wanting their old provisions and neglecting to gather others, so that they who remained alive were near famish, having brought themselves to the past. And the reason this happened is because John Smith got hurt, so he had to leave. He left for several months. That they durst not steer from their own doors to gather fruit of the herbs, or the crabs and mussels from the waterside, much less to hunt or catch wild beasts, fish or fowl, which were found in great abundance there. They continued in their scanty circumstances till they were at last reduced to such extremities as to eat the very hide of their horses and the bodies of the Indians they had killed. And sometimes also, upon a pinch, they would not disdain to dig them up again to make a homely meal of after they had been buried. Damn. Y'all are eating yourselves. But that's not the point. Believe it or not, that's not the point. This is the point. Okay. This is the point. It says here, the two ships more arrived with supplies, and Captain Argall, who commanded one of them, being sent in her to Patamek to buy corn, he there met with Pocahontas, the excellent daughter of Powhatan, having prevailed with her to come aboard to a treat like pedophiles. Hey, little girl, would you like some candy? Hey, little girl, would you like your mom needs you. Come with me. Come with me. Who still practices this shit? P. Diddy, yo. He detained her prisoner and carried her to Jamestown. Then it says, till about 2 years after a marriage being proposed between John Rolfe, an English gentleman, and this lady, which Powhatan, taken to be a sincere token of friendship, was vouched to consent to it and to conclude a peace after 2 years because she had disappeared. So, for example, the dramatizing of that movie where Leonardo DiCaprio, he like comes here and I guess he's a hunter-gatherer or whatever, and he has a son, supposedly native. And there's a native elder man that is chasing the French because we didn't really know why. But it's because they took in his daughter. And that's a reference of Pocahontas. That's exactly what happened. They took his daughter. And he tried to find her everywhere. He couldn't. Intermarriage had been indeed the method proposed very often by the Indians in the beginning, urging it frequently as a certain rule that the English were not their friends if they refused it. Most of the rapings and murders they committed. So here we see that they're just horrible, man. Besides, there would have been continuance of those nations. Hold on a second here. Let me get to the point. Let me not lose the point. Okay. It says here, about 10 years ago, being in Virginia, this is 10 years later, and taking prisoners by the power of Powhatan, their chief king, I received from this great savage exceeding great courtesy, especially from his son, Nantaquas, the manliest, comeliest, boldest spirit I ever saw in a savage, and his sister, Pocahontas, the king's most dear and well-beloved daughter, being but a child of 12 or 13 years of age.
Bruh. Are you?
Wow. Wow. Then it says here, and this relief, most gracious queen, was commonly brought to us by this lady Pocahontas. Notwithstanding all these passages were unconsent, fortune turned our peace to war. This tender virgin, was still not spared to dare to visit us, and by her own, I guess, fires have been so often appealed. You see this? So it was peaceful, but then it became a war when these white people, these wasp motherfuckers, stole Pocahontas. Then it became war. So I would say look up the movie from Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio. Native American movie. It's called not that one. Leonardo DiCaprio movie. It would probably be, what's the name of it? Hold on. I've watched it several times, to be honest. I can't believe I don't remember. It's one of my favorite movies. DiCaprio movies in America. Hunting. Oh, The Revenant. The Revenant. If you watch the movie The Revenant, here, I'll show you a little bit of it. If you watch the movie The Revenant, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's kind of giving a sense of it, okay? Pocahontas was kidnapped. There was peace at one time. After she was kidnapped at a young age, supposedly 12 or 13, but we know damn well it wasn't that age. She was a lot younger than that. 9 maybe, okay? Because he's like, hey, little baby girl, would you like a little candy and come on my ship? She's like, sure, white man. You seem like a friendly dude. No. That's why I tell my daughter, don't do that shit. Don't trust these people. Listen in.
Safe thing to do is track a new course back up on land.
Then what we gonna do? Sit out there like a bunch of goddamn ducks? You and your half-breed son get to walk on out? I'm talking to you.
The proper thing to do would be to finish him off quick.
He's to be cared for as long as necessary.
I understand.
Get away! Help!
What happened?
We did what we had to do. He was buried right.
My boy, and he took him from me, you understand? He's afraid. He knows how far I came to find him.
Right there, you see the picture of the little girl? Right there. So when you watch this movie, there's an essence of it because it starts off with natives attacking them. The essence of it is that eventually you'll find out that they're actually looking for his daughter. And these French people were just using her as just a hole, bro. Just a sex toy. They haven't changed since they've been here. What do you want me to tell you? So here we see that with her best advice to escape his fury, which had been known, he had surely slain her. This is basically saying that he kidnapped his little girl. Okay, so it started the war right here. This kidnapping of this baby with this native brother of ours, he wasn't gonna have it. That says here, at last rejecting her by various conditions, she was married to an English gentleman with whom the present she is in England, the 5th Christian ever of the nation, the first Virginian ever speak English, and had a child in marriage by the Englishman. He forced himself on her, forced her basically until she, they had no choice. If you read this book, it's very interesting because here it also confirms that we were eating locusts, and these natives were proving that. Again, West Africans prove that you were eating locusts. Even here, even till this day. Can't. Let's go here real quick. So now that we know a little history about their child abuse mentality, their ways of being, now we can understand and see that, hey, these people that came in the name of so-called Christ were not necessarily believers of their own Christian so-called conversion. So us native brothers that are so mad at the Bible because they killed our gente, that's Satan right there making you believe just that he, your creator, that's all he had in mind. Nothing else for you. Nothing else for you. Let's go to page. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see a second. Hold on. Okay. So now we're going to kind of get close to the end, okay? This is from the book, as you know, a brief account of the destruction of the Indies. Why did they hang us like this? Here's why. They erected gibbets, certain gibbets, large but low made, so that their feet almost reached the ground. Every one of these was so ordered as to bear 13 persons in honor and reverence, as they said blasphemously of our Redeemer and his 12 apostles, which they made to made a fire to burn them to ashes while hanging them. So they burned us, 12, including one more, as blasphemy, to make fun of the Messiah, to make fun of the Meshiacha. Why would they do that? Because this is how they feel about the Messiah, the one who was hanged. It's a mockery. They were mocking the Messiah when these bastards were burning us. It makes perfect sense. Check this out. This is from the Talmud on, actually I showed you that, right? Check this out. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get it. On the account of him that was hanged, in the days of Constantine, he made the religion the one who was hanged in a banner. And I think I even find one. He was hanged. 40, he was the one hanged, clearly refers to the crucifixion of Christ. Eve of Passover. Right? So here we see that this hanging was a mockery. So I was like, why did they hang us? Why would they hang us 13 at all, like at once? Christ, who was hanged, or also dropped. By wild pigs, the author here means the Christians who eat pork and like pigs have destroyed the vineyard of Israel. Worshippers of Christ who was hanged. Samuel, Christmas, celebrated on the account who was hanged. The one who was hanged. You see this? So that's why when I started thinking, why would you blaspheme him? Like, I thought y'all were Christians. No, they were Christians in name, but they were actual Talmudists that don't believe in the Messiah. I'll show you. I even have one in Spanish. We see here the burning. Look at that. The burning right here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It was a mockery, family. Nothing more, nothing less. So if these guys were supposedly Christians, why were they mocking us or mocking the Messiah? Because they weren't. They believed in the Talmud. They practiced that shit. These are were Sephardic Jews mostly, and Moors who did not believe in Christianity. I mean, they were willing and giving to destroy our people. That's why when you read Psalms 83, you wonder like, well, who are these people, man? Who are these people? Psalms 83 and 3 says, they have taken a crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones, and have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Why do you think he mentions Edom, Ishmael, Moab, Hagarenes, Gabal, Ammon, Amalek, Philistines? Edom, Gabal, and Amalek are Edomites. Moab and Ammon, Moabites. Hagarenes, Ishmaelites, Arabs, Philistines, Tyre, and Asher in those regions as well. That's why it says what it says. And here once more, they erected certain gibbets, large but low made, so that their feet almost reached the ground. Everyone which was so ordained as to bear the 13 persons in honor and reverence, as they said blasphemously, of our Redeemer and the 12 apostles. Check this out. The very same book that these damn West Africans who want to claim that they're actual natives here, it's in their face, and they can't even figure it out. Y'all just dumb. Page 229. It says here, the fruitful valley of this country were ancient. Oh, it's America being the latest and most accurate description of the New World, containing 1690, 1671. The fruitful valleys of this country were anciently well inhabited, till the vast multitude of the natives were destroyed by the Spaniards' cruelty, of which the Bishop Bartolome de las Casas, in his letter to the Emperor Charles V, gave his relation. See? Check this out. It says, in this one province only, they massacred above 200,000 men, and among others, persons of quality, which had civility entertained them, which had civilly entertained them, meaning that we took them in, we treated them well. Nay, they tortured the poor innocent natives all the ways they could possibly invent, only to know them where their gold lay, particularly Diego de Velasco, spared none that ever fell into his hands. In so much that in a moment's time, about 10,000 were slain by him. He hanged 13 apostles, and the chiefest of them he called in a derision. What does derision mean? It means in a mockery. He was mocking, right? So he says, the 12 apostles and the chiefest of them he called in a derision Jesus Christ. So our leader, out of those people that he picked, like for example, let's say he grabbed 12 of you guys and grabbed me, and he said, you burn me as a reverence to Jesus Christ. Some they suffered to starve to death, and heads composed between the two cloven barks of wild vines. Some also they buried alive, leaving only their heads to appear above ground. And then guess what they would do? Bowl iron bullets at them. So when you go bowling, that's where it comes from. They would dig us in holes, let our heads hang out there, and they would throw bowling balls at our heads, bro. Talmudic converts, Jews and Moors. That's why I showed you the books of Jews and Moors. So you that want to be Sephardic Jews, you still want to be Sephardic Jew? Fucking idiot. Besides the infinite others, Hellenist cruelty is too horrid and dreadful to recount. Again, the 12 apostles, and the chiefest of them he called in derision, meaning in mockery, Jesus Christ. If they were Christians, why would he say that? Why would he say that? Let's go one more. I think I showed this one. Is it here? Let's see. Page 13, you said? Let me see. Go back. Give me a second. Let's see. Forward concerning women, concerning damage, purification. That's okay. I don't know what's in there. I've read you guys this book before. Okay. I've read it to you guys before, and I hope, hopefully with new eyes and a new understanding of what this Christianity really meant and how it was infiltrated from the get-go, that even the very same Christians didn't even realize this shit. That's how dumb you guys are. This is from a book called A Little Matter of Genocide. During the 4th century, spanning between 1492, when Christopher Columbus first set foot on the New World, a Sephardic Swarthy Jew of Caribbean Beach, fake by the way, in 1892, when the U.S. Census Bureau concluded that there were fewer than 250,000 indigenous people surviving within the country's claimed boundaries. A hemispheric population estimated between as great as 120 million was reduced by something over 90%. The people had died there in their millions, being hacked apart with axes, swords, burned alive, and being called apostles and messiahs in Christ as well. Trampled on the horses, hunted as game, fed to dogs, shot, beaten, stabbed, scalped for bounty, hung on meat hooks, and thrown over ships at the sea, which you usually see black folks in those movies. They'll never ever picture you there. It's meant to be that way, family. Worked to death as slave laborers, intentionally starved and frozen to death during a multitude of forced marches and internments. And in an unknown number of instances, deliberately infected with epidemic diseases like smallpox, which came from Africa. What do you want me to tell you? It's true. Check this out. They came together. This is from the Kabbalah, the true science of light. Check this out. Mentions the Talmud one time. So it mentions it, right? I don't know if I want to read it. I kind of do, to be honest. And you know what? Let me just show you. Let me move on to this one because I have been taking a while. So this is called Judaism and Islam. The biblical and Talmudic backgrounds of the Quran and its contemporaries. Judaism and Islam. Let that sink in. Judaism and Islam. Okay? So the Jews and the Moors, when they came, it wasn't far-fetched. Talmud, once again. How many times do we see it? It's in here. See? Let's get a real quick point. Watch this. I'll just read it real quick. Ever since Abraham Gringer wrote this book, was Muhammad... Okay, I can't read it. A number of scholars have tried to corroborate with this. Islam owes a tremendous debt to the Hebraic writings and traditions. The Quran teems with ideas, allusions, and even phraseologies drawn not so much from the written as from the oral Jewish law. From the traditions that grew around it and commentaries on it, It, the Talmud, is the meeting point of the three monotheistic creeds of the world. And even with the imperfect information of the Eastern scholars have given respecting it, it has done much to throw light upon them. Muhammad was never backwards to acknowledge that the intimate connection between the faith and that of the Jews, and in more than one passage of the Quran, he refers with equal respect to their oral and to their written laws. Yeah. You see this? It's not too far from each other. Muhammad, not Talmud. Muhammad and the Mohammedanians. I was going to bring that book out, but I'll just end up bringing up more stuff. Kind of repeating it. Al-Ha-Quran. Hafba'at ha-al-Talmud al-Ha-Quran. So we see that you guys have been mingling with each other for quite some time. This is why these guys subjugated themselves under this particular teaching. Our study reveals that Muhammad borrowed extensively from Jewish sources. He was fully aware of the importance of Jewish religion and leaned heavily upon it. He used all sources, the Bible, the Talmud, as well as the Apocrypha. The Christian tradition, too, was an invaluable material for the development of this new structure. This is why when the Moors went to rule Europe, these Jews were more than happy to be there. So it goes again against the Bible. If you guys were there and being helped by them, how I don't understand. The Bible says you can't be pushing some other doctrine and still be in I guess in power or to avoid the sins, like the curses. You guys weren't teaching the laws of God. Judaism and Islam. Now we're starting to see Judaism and Islam. Quran, all of these things start now you know why certain people believe like the Nation of Islam. Now you know why this relationship in secret, Islam and Jews and so-called Islams, black and white folks, supposedly. It's too funny, man, because like when you start seeing really what you guys are about, you can't run away from this shit. Check this out. The same opinion is maintained by Wildhausen and Smith, who feels that the impulse came from Christianity. However, no conclusive research has been done thus far to determine how much of Jewish and how much of Christian tradition went into the making of Islam. This gets interesting even more. Islam. Who is pushing Islam here in America, family? It isn't really white people, is it? This is from one of their African sources and shit. It's called Moranos, means Moorish Jews in Spanish, where the black Jews of Spain who ruled that country for 700 years with the black Muslims of Morocco, Senegal, and Nigeria. And they weren't all black, dumbass. They weren't all black. Like what you think, West Africans. I know it sounds like West African, but not you guys. You guys really didn't succeed in much. You were used mostly for, what do you call it? For warfare. Check this out. This is from Jewish Encyclopedia, Spain. Spine. Somebody's going to bring this up too, and I'm just going to cover it for you. Check this out. The arrival of the Moors. Witiza, the son of Egika, is described sometimes as a paragon of virtue, sometimes variable friend. The later description of him in one general given the ecclesiastical writers. It says here that Juan de Mariana and other Spanish historians hold that this king, to further heretical ends, misused the previous decision of the council, that he recalled the exiled Jews, granted them privileges, and even entrusted them with public offices. Whether this be true or whether, as it more probable, he oppressed them as the predecessors had done, which is a lie. He really helped them out. Check this out. It says here, either directly or through their core religionists in Africa, encouraged the Mohammedans to conquer Spain, and they greeted them as their deliverers after the Battle of Jerez in 711, in which African Jews fought bravely under Kaula al-Yahudi, and in which the last Gothic king, Rodrigo, and his nobles were slain. The conqueror Musa and Tariq were everywhere victorious. You see this, right? You see this stuff going on? Okay. Sounds good. Arabs and Moors working together. The conquered cities of Cordoba, Malaga, Granada, Sevilla, and Toledo were placed in charge of Jewish inhabitants and who had been armed by the Arabs. See? It says a new era now dawned for the Jews of Pyrenean Peninsula, whose numbers had been considerably augmented by those who had followed the Arab conquerors, as well as by later immigrants from Africa. See this here? Let me get to the point. It says here, during Abd al-Rahman's reign, the Jews devoted themselves to the service of the caliphate, to study of the sciences, and to the commerce and industries, especially in trading in silk and slaves, in this way promoting the prosperity of the country. So now, do you understand who they were expelling from Europe? These guys weren't Europeans, family. Now you're starting to see it. Southern Spain became an asylum for the oppressed Jews of other parts. Bullshit. You guys weren't oppressed. When people started kicking your ass and you start complaining, kind of like now in America. Now that people are pushing back, now you're complaining. Now you're butthurt because some people actually push back. You that are claimed to be Jews, and you that are here in America claiming to be Jews. We push back. Now all of a sudden you say we're racist. So we see here that the Jews and the Moors was a serious issue. Jewish science. That's called Kabbalah. Jews and Moors. Check this out. It says here, let me just kind of read it here real quick. Okay, the reign of Al-Amhan, whatever his name is, and his son Al-Hakim were the golden era for the Spanish Jews and Jewish science. Abd al-Rahman, son of court physician and minister, was Hazdia ben Isaac and Ibn Sarbruk. He's the one that was writing to the Khazars, remember? The patron of the Menahem ben Surak. Dunash ben Labrat and other Jewish scholars and poets. During his term of power, scholar Moses ben Enoch was appointed so-called of Cordoba. Consequences. And as a consequence, Spain became the center of Talmudic study. And Cordoba, the meeting place of Jewish savants, like Sabbatai Sebi, Lunaria, all them fake ass mofos, teaching Kabbalah. That's it. Teaching Kabbalah. Now, if you guys remember, I think I still have it. Let's see. The Jews and... Give me a second. Come on, bro. Respond, brother. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. The Jews and Moors of Spain. You see, remember this book? I brought this book out for y'all a while ago. And here we see the relationship. Now you know why this was here. You're like, what? The Jews and Moors in Spain? How the hell does that even make sense? Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. The history of the Jews and Moors. The history of the Jews and Moors in Spain. And read such as I did not hear, allow me to give expression of the views regarding the same. You see this? So they have a very similar belief towards certain people. I need you to know that. So these guys came to this continent, supposedly, in name of who? I'll give you some references real quick. In the Quran, in 532, it says, whoever kills an innocent soul, it is as if he killeth the whole of mankind. The interesting thing is that in the original Arabic, it explicitly said that it is an Israelite commandment. In the Talmud, whoever destroys a soul is considered as if he had destroyed an entire world. And whoever saves a life is considered as if he saved an entire world. A few other similarities from the folklorish, traditional kind will now follow. You see this? There we go. Quran 28:12. God forbids Moses from suckling from a foster mother in both the Quran and the Talmud. You see this? The Holy One blessed, as he said, shall the mouth that will one day speak to me suckle from anything unclean? The Talmud said that. The Quran, it says here, describes Korah as exceedingly wealthy in the same way as the Talmud. Korah was one of Moses' people, but he betrayed them and oppressed them. We gave him so many treasures that the keys would certainly weigh down a company of men possessing great strength. The Talmud says the keys to Korah's treasure's house was a load of 300 white mules, and the keys and locks were leather. Both the Quran and the Talmud tell the story of God raising a mountain over the Israelites. Check this out. The Quran 7:171. We raised the mountains over them as if he had been a canopy, and they thought that it was going to fall on them. Hold firmly to what we have given you. Then it says, the Holy One, blessed is he, raised a mountain over Israel as though it were a dome. And he said to them, if you hold to the Torah, all is well. But if not, you will be buried here. See? I wasn't lying, was I? I brought a lot of books out, man. Let me start closing these babies up. I'm going to go over something real quick. Now, listen, family. I started doing this note-taking class on my own, and then something said, you know what? I'm going to get a picture of that so-called Swarty bastard, Fernando Zargo, right? And I'm like, let me look for el más puto, you know? Colomiados. Más puto. Hold on. El más. Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto. Yeah. So check this out. He confirmed it. And see, the funny thing.
Right. We're trying to put it all.
This guy knew that these bastards were practicing Kabbalah. And you didn't consider following through? Let's listen to this goofy bastard. All right. We're almost done.
About that. All right. What, Curimeo? That the actual colonists were Sephardic Jewish and Muslim Moorish people. I don't want to know that, Curimeo. Several of those aboard Christopher Columbus' first voyage in 1492, and famously even Columbus Colon himself, were of Jewish ancestry. He was a Portuguese.
Okay. So he knew that, right? The Colomiados, the Kaiser himself, says that. Let's continue.
Sephardi. The Portuguese Sephardic Jews were very dark complexion, remember? They were Jews or crypto Jews. All right? Moving on, it says, we document that Spain's loss was Britain's gain. Beginning with the initial planning, organization, and promotion of the first British colonial efforts, Sephardic Jews and Muslim Moors were present as navigators.
You see, so you black folks are proud of that shit? The raping, the slaughtering, the kidnapping of 9-year-old babies? You're proud of that? You want that name? Please wear it proudly. Stop bullshitting us. Don't hide behind the real fucking shit. You say you're conquistadors and fucking own it. Stop playing around with this crap. In one way, you blame the white man. In another way, oh, we were conquistadors. But yet you don't want to take the name of being, of raping, of being pedophiles, of kidnapping children, of killing them. And then you want to complain of people hurting you now? You ever wonder that maybe, just maybe, it is the Most High kicking your Canaanite asses? Fake ass Sephardics. You don't even know what that word means, by the way. Let's go.
Navigators. All right, ship captains, sailors, metallurgists, cartographers, financiers, and colonists. Among these, we find Joaquim Gans, Simon Ferdinando, Walter Raleigh.
Hey, black folks, if you really think you are those people, fucking own it. Stop playing games and shit. Then hear the story. Hear the real story. Y'all raped people. You hung them on meat hooks, and you were practicing Kabbalah. You're not Christians, nor were you even believers. You were converted that don't believe at all in his name. You were burning our people, making a mockery of him. You want to own this shit? Own it. Stop playing games, man. And let your little white boy daddy over here tell you who you are. That's pretty stupid that you actually believe it.
John Hawkins, Humphrey Gilbert, Richard Hackley Sr. and Jr., Francis Drake, Martin Frobisher, and Abraham Ortelius. The first and second British colonies in North America, Virginia and Massachusetts, were provisioned, funded, and peopled by persons of Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish descent.
I find it so funny that they always use books that show dark-skinned conquistadors and then light-skinned natives, but they still think they were the natives here. So dark-skinned conquistadors that look like this kidnap and rape 9-year-old babies? You want to own that shit?
I'll repeat once again. The first and second British colonies in North America, Virginia, Massachusetts, were provisioned, funded, and peopled by persons of Sephardic, Jewish, and Muslim Moorish.
Hey, Dirty Water, you still want to be a Sephardic Jew? What about you, Kakashaw? You still want to be a Sephardic Jew? You still believe, guys? You guys still believe that you guys are raping children? That's your ancestry? I'm glad you're aware of it now.
Descent. They lied to us completely. You guys got to break the spell. Break the spell right now, like straight up, like boom. Stop thinking white people. Straight up, they're telling you right here. They're not really telling you like that, how I'm telling you, but they're telling you. Break the spell. Right? Current genetic genealogical studies of the Appalachian descendants of these early colonists demonstrate that they carried DNA haplotypes, male or female lineages, and genes from Sephardic, Ottoman, and North African founders. Further, these early North American colonists often bore straightforwardly Jewish and Muslim surnames. Peace to everybody in the chat. Thanks for being here right now. Appreciate you guys. Says here, even in partially New York, white slave owners, all I knew about them is trying to do with slavery in Africa and bringing people from Africa over here. Turns out these Dutch West and East India companies who were financed and funded by Moors and Sephardic Jews was actually mainly helping their own people, whether it was Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, Protestants, anybody that was their people, moving around. And of course, they did also trade, right? Of course, they were enslaving Indians and whatever other person got caught in that circle.
You mean black Indians? Idiot.
But we know who the majority of these unfortunate souls were based on history, right? So we are going to generalize when we have sources, not when we are making up things.
Look, Culomiados, the unfortunate shit about you is that you half-ass a lot of crap. You don't read thoroughly. You don't know how to read. You misunderstand words. Your pronunciation is horrible. You use stupidity like this. So now you're saying that these people were over there ruling, but then you say the black people here look like them. How stupid do you sound, Culomiados? How stupid do you sound? Matter of fact, let's continue, because you're just going to confirm my point. That's all I'm trying to do here. Let's go and listen to Masputo again. Here it goes right here. So here we see that it's not just that they were Sephardic. It's also that they were doing certain shit that they weren't supposed to be doing, right? See right here. Check this out.
Friar Diego Duran.
And
in similar
Shut up, man.
Illustration.
I only speed up his voice, family, because I cannot stand listening to his slow ass. Listen, look at this. Watch this.
Codex Azcatitlan.
Okay, so they're right there. See, this is how stupid they are. You that believe them, okay? Because right here, we start seeing. So he uses a picture referencing a dark-skinned person, even though she's here too. So they're black natives and black conquistadors, black person supposedly, but a white-skinned looking one here. Is it making sense? Let's continue.
And this is the Codex Azcatitlan. As you can see, there's a black knight, appears to be like a knight with Cortez.
Been speeding it up and he's still talking slow. I'm telling you, family, I cannot stand this.
And this is supposedly Juan Guerrero. Or both of these servants may be Juan Cortez. So either it could be Juan Garrido or Juan Cortez, which are both black conquistadors. I suggest, however, that it is just as likely that these portraits represent the fact that, in the words of Sahagun's Florentine Codex, given by ecclesiastical writers, Lucas de Toy, Archbishop Rodrigo, Ambrosio de Morales, Juan de Mariana, and other Spanish historians hold that this king, to further heretical ends in Africa, encouraged the Mohammedans to conquer Spain, and that they greeted them as their deliverers. Right? So you're hearing this? So they're kind of saying that the Jews, at this point in time, it says here in 711, helped the Mohammedans take over Spain, and that's how the Jews were able to come back, because they had been exposed. The history here in Spain and Portugal, the Jews have been exposed a lot, right? And these so-called Jews, right? We're going to see who they are as well. After the Battle of Jerez 711, in which African Jews fought bravely under Kaula al-Yahudi, so Jews fighting under Muslims, right? In which the last Gothic king, Rodrigo, and his nobles were slain, the Gothic king, the conqueror Musa and Tariq were everywhere victorious. The conqueror of the sciences, and to your friend after he did, just like this guy. It says, during Abd el-Rahman's reign, the Jews devoted themselves to the service of the caliphate. Right? So the Jews were serving who? The Muslims, right? To the study of the sciences, and to commerce and industry, especially to trading in silk and slaves. In this way, promoting the prosperity of the country. So these Jews, right? These were Talmudic Jews, right? They practiced the Kabbalah and all those teachings coming out of the Hellenistic times of Greek, mixing our ancient paleo science that was in America, Atlantis, and hijacking it off.
You see how stupid this stupid ass Paisa is, bro? You see how fucking dumb he is? This is why I don't like his ass. Look, he just smacks a bunch of Marranos, Moors, Black Conquistadors, Canaanites, Moabites. So whatever sticks to the wall. So black people that look like the people here were in Europe and in Africa. So they enslaved Africans and they enslaved the people in America here. And all those three people look the same.
That's right. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
How the hell does that even make sense? And where the hell is your traditional foods here in America? How come you don't have any of those traditions that culturally and historically speaking you should have? No, you don't. But let Colomiados confirm us once again. What were you guys doing? You came in what name?
Our ancient paleo science that was in America, Atlantis, and hijacking it through Thoth and his teachings, and especially to trading in silk and slaves. In this way, promoting the prosperity of the country. So these Jews, right? These were Talmudic Jews.
These Jews, Sephardic Jews, were Talmudic Jews. Fucking shit, man. Hey, Dirty Water, where you at? You really did a number.
Well, I think that's probably the difference.
Homeboy, man. You literally destroyed his channel. You literally destroyed his spirit. Like, he don't even know what he believes nowadays. That shit is sad, man. That is really sad. Like, you actually made him believe some shit. He went and fell for it, and all of a sudden now he don't even believe anymore. Matter of fact, you got people that don't believe because of him. So, Dirty Water, you're just a demon. That's all you are. You're a total demon in disguise, bro. Unfortunately, I guess they didn't believe it, but they didn't know it. I don't know. Let me see what I got. So as you can see, let me see if I can bring something else. No. Now I just want to show this to you guys. That's it, and then I'm done, because I've been going for quite some time, and I showed you guys this before, anyways. So it's not a big deal. But let me show you these pictures. Check this out. Hold on a second. Is it here? Where is it at? Historia del nombre de fundación. Oh, la historia del nombre de la fundación. Oh. Yeah. I was going to show you guys a page here real quick. Let me see if I can just get it. Here, I'll show you something real quick. All right. This is why they're working so hard to confuse you. This is why these Kabbalist converts, fake Jews, were killing our gente and hanging us by 13s, making fun of our Redeemer. Oh, I know what I was missing. Give me a second, family. Where is it at? I think, oh man, I knew I was missing a book. Let me see if I can remember it. It talked about, oh, that's right. Okay. Check this out. Check this out. I think I have it here, okay? Let me see if I can get it real quick. Hold on. And we're almost done. Conquistador. No, I can't get it like that. If not, I'm gonna have to take a picture of it. I had it here. I thought I did. I thought I had it, man. Shoot. Give me a second, family. Gosh darn it, man. Fuck. I don't like this. I had it in my thoughts. I was gonna write it down. Hold on a second. Manches way. I'm gonna have to find it, family. I don't want to let it go. It's important because it has to deal with where is it? Oh, here it goes. Is this it? Let me see. Where is it at? 102? Give me a second. I have a book. Man. I thought I wrote it down. Let me see if I have it in here. Let's see. Freemason Encyclopedia, no. Give me a second. La historia de los nombres de la Fundación de México. Yeah, that was just the name. Man, I thought I had this link in here, family, because there's this book that I have, and it actually shows how they were killing our people because they. Okay. Hold on. Let me see something. I have this book. There it goes right here. Perfect. Okay. It's this one. Let me see. There you go. So in this book, okay, and I had showed this to you guys in the past about who brought this doctrine of what do you call it? The doctrine of the Virgin Mary. So, in this book, which I showed you guys, I'm going to finish it with this and then a couple videos and that's it. Okay? Let's listen to this to confirm why they were mocking us, why they burned us and said, like, in remembrance to the Savior as a laugh. See, these guys were Talmudic. They didn't believe in the Messiah, but they knew who we were. Check this out. Los españoles no creyeron en lo que dijo Juan Diego respecto a la aparición ni tampoco en lo que expresaba Juan Bernardino, porque para ellos los indios eran seres irracunales o judíos. You see that? Listen to what it says. Los españoles no creyeron en lo que dijo Juan Diego respecto a la aparición, y tampoco en la expresara Juan Bernardino, porque para ellos, los españoles, los indios, nosotros, éramos judíos. You see that?
That's gonna hurt! Fuck that puto!
So they were saying that they didn't believe that he appeared to us because we were Jews. Y se necesita que el Papa Paulo III lo sacara de su error por medio de su breve de 10 de julio de 1537, en el cual declaró que los indios eran seres humanos los mismos que los conquistadores. Fray Pablo Baument, español y franciscano de Querétaro, escribió que en el último tercer siglo del 18, que la causa de que los indios fueron tan maltratados por los españoles era la etimología de la palabra judía, porque antiguamente la G era una I latina y que la palabra judíos se escribía indios, que con el transcurso del tiempo la U se volteó y convirtió en la N y resulta indios, y decían los conquistadores, indio vuelta, la N de arriba abajo quiere decir judío, y podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda, porque son hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. You see this confirmation? Now you understand why they did what they did, and in what name, and in what fashion. Now these questions that we wondered about, like, why did they hang us up like that? Why would they burn us at the stake? Why would they, like, you know what I mean? Like, I thought that's why, family. Because they were Talmudic believers. And they were only Christians in name. That's why. Let me see what I have left. Check this out.
There's an unholy alliance between Israel.
No, I don't want to play that right now. Oh, okay. So, family, I believe that's all I have. I got some videos left to play. And then we're all set. This is a message to Wobbleism. There's a message to you. Know your place. Know your place. As long as I'm alive, I'm going to keep proving who we are, and I'm going to keep proving who you guys are. You converts, you Canaanites and Khazarites, both of y'all, you got my attention. You got my attention now.
I ain't got no manners for no shit. I ain't got no manners for no shit. I'm gonna put my thumb in her butt. I'm gonna put my thumb in her butt. I like girls kissing girls where I'm from. That's on the radio. Girls on girls. That's promoting lesbianism to my daughter as we driving to school. This song they playing with Drake. Girls want girls where I'm from.
Everything that you're saying has some truth to it. It's just a delivery.
When you addressing evil, you can't worry about the delivery. When you looking at the conditions of our community, you can't worry about the evil when you got kids that kill kids and say we on Tuka. These talking about killing each other. They really, that thug said, I shot at your mama. You don't mention me no more. He really shot that mama. These are confessing to murders on songs. Come on, don't be hypocrites, black people. Y'all can't listen to this music if y'all so caught up in my delivery.
We stop those of us who support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. The second part is people should understand by now, this should be crystal clear, that Israel is the single greatest strength America has in the Middle East. I always say to my friends when they say those things to you, I say, imagine our circumstance in the world were there no Israel. How many battleships would there be? How many troops would be stationed? You know, I used to say early on when I was a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Progress occurs in the Middle East when everyone knows there's simply no space between the United States and Israel. There is no space between the United States and Israel when it comes to Israel's security. There is only one nation in the world that has unequivocally, without hesitation, and consistently confronted the efforts to delegitimize Israel. At every point in our administration, at every juncture, we've stood up on behalf of the legitimacy of the state of Israel.
The security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied, and we will never, ever, ever abandon Israel out of our own self-interest. I also emphasize what I've said throughout this conflict. The United States fully supports Israel's right to defend itself against indiscriminate rocket attacks on Hamas and other Gaza-based terrorist groups that have taken the lives of innocent civilians in Israel.
Crimes of child sex abuse have shocked Australia.
Cardinal George Pell has begun giving evidence.
YMCA failed to adequately check a
now,
childcare worker.
one devout religious community is in the spotlight.
Absolutely no one is above the law.
For the first time, what really happened inside an ultra-Orthodox Jewish sect.
We are being screwed by the community.
And shocking new revelations.
I don't recall.
He just got that close to perjuring himself. That close.
Secret recordings and a cover-up to protect the predators.
You assaulted me out there.
A sordid scandal played out at a royal commission.
Did you understand it was against the law for an adult to touch the genitals of another child?
I didn't know that as a fact.
Shocked. I mean, did he really say that?
All right. New victims speak out.
Yeshiva has not ever reached out to me and apologized to me.
Whistleblowers pay a hefty price.
It felt like we were suddenly reduced to nothing.
While one paedophile finally goes public.
When I was young, I was also a victim of sexual child abuse.
Is it right for me to sit with any perpetrator? This is the story of crimes, conspiracies, and cover-ups.
For 4 years, you've done absolutely nothing.
You stood by and let the misconceptions fester.
That's your opinion.
And how victims are making sure it never happens again.
It's here.
We've spoken on this program about sexual abuse, child sex abuse, pedophilia, and the cover-up of that abuse in extreme areas of different religions. We've talked about Orthodox Jews, we've talked about in Christianity, we've talked about in Islam, smaller religions, tribal religions, Jehovah's Witnesses, etc. This is a story from the Daily Beast about a rabbi here nearby, near our studio in Brooklyn, who is, he's a Hasidic rabbi named Nuchem Rosenberg, and he is being ostracized and physically attacked big time for exposing child molestation in his Brooklyn neighborhood. Now, for people who aren't familiar, South Brooklyn, when you cross the Williamsburg Bridge, more or less, and I'm sorry, not South Brooklyn, South Williamsburg is an area that has a very, very large Orthodox Jewish population. And that area is, they are large consumers of welfare benefits. Typically, the women are not going to college, and therefore you can imagine how this affects average incomes in the community. There are problems in this community. And Nuchem Rosenberg is exposing one specific problem, which is that of child sex abuse. And he says boys would come to me and tell me they go to the ritual baths and that they're being sodomized. Girls telling me that their father has sex with them. And some other members of the Orthodox community have actually condemned Rabbi Rosenberg for exposing this, while others say he's doing an absolutely good thing and he's doing the thing that our religion actually tells us we should do.
Uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
So, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius Caro.
48 years old, and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001.
History is coming down, but this is now as clear as day. That world history is coming down to the two powers, the Western world against Yishmael. There's 70 nations. 70 nations are really 35 and 35. And 35 of them are controlled by what's called Edom, the Western world, what many consider America. And 35 are controlled by Yishmael, the Arab Muslim world. And this is our tradition, that the two main Ummah Sa'olam are Esav and Yishmael, Edom and Yishmael. These are the only two nations that will exist until Meshiach comes. Rome and Persia. Who's going to be the last man standing? Esav or Yishmael? By the way, my message to both of them is we wish both of them tremendous hatzlacha. They should wipe each other out. No, none of them should be standing. Both sides should mamish be matzliach as much as possible. We wish both sides tremendous hatzlacha in their avodah of wiping out the other party. Rome will fall to Persia, which means Edom will fall to Yishmael. Rome will fall to Persia. In other words, America falls to Yishmael. And what the Navi is saying is that Edom at the end of days will be carried off by Persia. In other words, Persia, Yishmael will completely destroy the Western world. That is the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi. So then, according to him, we're not in the right country right now. Edom, the Edom, Esav, America, they're so rotten. They never accept the yoke of heaven. So what's God going to do to Edom? He's going to have to remove him from this world. You know what else he's going to have to do? V'shachad oisa lefanav. He's going to have to shecht him. And at the end of days, God is going to slaughter Edom. What's a kingdom? A kingdom is somebody who usurps the glory, majesty, and power of the Jewish people.
All righty, damn, let's go. Okay, family, y'all have a good night. We got an idiot here live and live and all in effect. I heard black music in your intro. What, black music? What's black music? You mean like black jobs and shit? Is that kind of what we're falling back into? Black jobs, black music? I don't know how you can actually prove that you're Israel, because you guys cannot. I've debunked your dumbass Afro mentality and shit, and none of y'all can actually hit the link and prove me wrong. Matter of fact, Fopi, everybody likes to run. You guys claim that you ruled Europe, but then you want to use the Bible to claim that you ruled Europe at the same time. So the Bible says in Deuteronomy 28 that you would not know your oppressors. You wouldn't know their language. You wouldn't know nothing about them. You nor your forefathers would not know any of them. But you guys are from over there, and you know Europeans. Make it make sense. No, dumbass. See, you're new, and you're using milk shit. And when you look up the word wool, or at least in Revelation 1:14, that's as best as it can get. Read Acts 13. We talk about Niger. Is that's only one word? Well, there's a guy named Aquila. Do you know what Aquila is? A fucking eagle. So is he an eagle, Sir C? Because you use one word? You only go by Ebonics mentality. You guys got one word? Oh my God, that's a doctrine. You might as well be Christians, because they believe in John 3:16. You got one word of wool, and you can actually see that in Isaiah, and it talks about white as snow, like being cleansed. White as wool. So what are you saying? Damn, bro. Yo, listen, you can bring your little, what do you call it? Your little milk precepts. Trust and believe that whoever you think you're used to talking to, I'm not those people. And you are more than welcome to hit the fucking link and prove your cause. It's 12 o'clock over in my time. I worked hella hard all week. I'm enjoying my time right now. So if you want to prove to me that you are an Israelite, hit the link. Hit the link. Oh, I can't read. But you're listening to me. You're here. So again, you don't hit the link. Hit the link. Show us that you're an Israelite. Show us according to the Bible that you're an Israelite. Because you guys believe in that dumbass doctrine. Let's go tackle it real quick, and then maybe he'll sleep a little bit today. Check this out. I'll show you. You mad because you not like us? I don't want to be black. If I was an African, I'd be proud of it. but I'm not. So I don't want to be you. Do you understand what that means? I don't envy you whatsoever. There's no envy in me whatsoever. If it had to be with like actual life, like street life, I had no problem with your women. If anything, y'all hated me. So it has nothing to do with jealousy. I ain't trying to be you guys. All I like to do is prove people right or wrong. If you guys were the people of the Bible, I'd be the first one to help you. But you ain't. So let's listen into this real quick, Mr. Brainiac. Deuteronomy 28:36. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee. I know some people tackle you on that, but I'm not going to worry about it. Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. You guys knew the white man, black man. See, here we go right here. Prove to me that Mexicans are Hebrew Israelites. Show me one scripture. Okay, so where does it say that Africans are Israelites? Like West Africans, where you're from. And the terminology Mexican is not in the Bible, you fucking dumbass. So that's a pretty stupid ass question, by the way. And by the way, when you say Mexican, what does a Mexican look like to you? Because you guys kind of say that you guys are black people, but a lot of you guys are 50% European. A lot of you. And just because you got woolly hair, automatically you think you're black. Listen to me. Hit the link. Stop talking. Stop posting. You think you're Billy Badass? Stop posting and hit the link. I don't need to prove shit. I've been proving it in this channel for a while now. I can prove it through food, through custom, through culture, through clothing, through folklore, through instruments, through a lot of curses. I don't have to be in Deuteronomy 28, unlike you Negroes need to be. I can go anywhere in the Bible and prove who we are. You guys can't. Matter of fact, I'll give you one. I'll give you one real quick, Mr. Smartass. Let's see. Here, I'll give you this one. All right, let's see. Let's see if it's true. Let's see if you understand this, okay? Because it's gonna go over your head. All right, let's see. See if it's this one. Okay, here. John 12:3. It says, then took Mary a pound of ointment of spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of Jesus, or the Meshiacha, and wiped his feet with her hair. Your hair cannot do that. First of all, you cannot have long hair unless it's from India, bought, not real, and your hair does not absorb water like this, or let alone oil like that. You couldn't wipe it down. Do you get what I'm saying? And since it's puffy, how could it be long? All right, now that's one. Now we have also Solomon. Solomon has goat's hair. So did David. What about Aaron's beard? Aaron's beard weighed down all the way to the waist. You guys can't grow beards like that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, this is it. God made Israel above our nations the best. See, that's where you're wrong, and this is why Nate the Snake is such an idiot. He fed you this dumb shit. Tell me in the Bible, when the hell did the other nations follow Israelites? When did they copy their customs? Israelites were not pushers of any particular type of style. And by the way, if you're the fastest, the strongest, and quickest, and fittest, okay, sounds good. You say you're those people? Perfect. It says here, Deuteronomy 4:37, and because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chooseth the seed of them, and brought thee out of the sight of his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance as it is this day. So, Mr. Smartass over here, since you were the best at singing and dancing and all kinds of sports, who the fuck is this here? Who is this right here? In verse 38. To drive out nations greater before you, mightier than you. Do you not realize that the Canaanites were super tall and big and shit, like Shaq, like your people? See, there you go. You go by one word. Okay, fine. Okay. Then this right here, what is he? Is he an eagle? Is this guy an eagle? And I found a certain Jew, Acts 18:2, and I found a certain Jew named Aquila. You know what Aquila is? It's an águila. It means an eagle. So does that mean that this Jew was an eagle? Is that what it means? You go by one word, bro. You ain't no different than Christians. Yeah, literally, this is making fun of you. Literally, like, do you care about color? Even though I just read to you that Solomon had goat's hair. The sister wiped her hair off the Messiah's feet. Aaron has long beard. So did Solomon. I don't understand. What is it? I don't hear the fro. I don't see the fro. It don't sound to me like there's a fro. Hey, listen, family. You don't understand Bible, but yet he's telling me that it's because of Niger. And then I show him scriptures that says, well, who is this other greater nation? Since you said that Israelites were the greatest nation. You said the Israelites were the greatest nation, the fastest, strongest, the ones that create better music. Okay, well then who is Deuteronomy 4:38? Only give it to us. Stop being stupid. You know what Niger means. Okay. It means what? Black? Fine. There's only one guy. So they, here, you even following your own dumbass shit. So they discern that this guy is Niger black. So that means everybody else was not black. Right? Because you just said that this particular person in Acts 13. I mean, you went out of your way to show us Acts 13. And it's one person. So based on one person, because if they were all black, why would they say Niger? Wouldn't they call him a whiter? You know, he's a convert and shit. You know what I'm saying? But no, you take one word and now you think everybody's black. Oh, see, there you go. You don't understand the Bible. You only give it to, see, this is what I'm saying, family. This is so fucking, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Look, they really believe their bullshit. There are signet spirits and angels that are attached to the Israelites that are not attached to Mexicans. So what is your definition of Mexican? What do you think Mexicans look like? Do all Africans look the same? No, they don't. You see, this just means that you are just a racist piece of shit, that you don't like Mexicans. It's that pretty simple. You didn't even bring up Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, Peruanos, South America. No, you said Mexican. What makes you think that I'm that? Because I assume it, because I look like it? Listen, hey, listen, Mr. Canaanite. I can prove to you with the Bible, with historical facts, and with my DNA that I'm closer to that land than your black ass will ever be. So unless you're going to hit the link, then have a good night. Because listen, family, I've been through this so many times, man. You got your little dumbass fopies coming over here and they don't hit the link. He goes, I didn't say I did. Bro, listen, and you know how I know? Because you're assuming Mexicans. You didn't attack nobody else. You didn't say Puerto Ricans, whatever. No, you said Mexicans. That tells me you got a little problem with them. That's what it means to me. Because I wouldn't point out just Mexicans if I'm over here attacking. Because I say West Africans. I didn't say all Africans. I said West Africans. And that's what you are. And no, we're not a mixed race. Black people like you who are here in America predominantly are a mixed race. Do your DNA and you'll find out how mixed you are. They said, you're just demonstrating you're just how much you want to. There's nothing good about being black. There's nothing good about being black, about being West African. Based on the Bible, nothing good about being you at all. But again, look, because it's Mexicans that have been included into our heritage and they have no business there. Who wants to be like y'all? Like, I don't understand why you think people are envious of you. You guys are not great people. Yeah, there you go. Look. Yapping out the lips. Yeah, that's it. I'm not mixed. I'm pure African. West African. God only created a black man. So what, are we like imaginary and shit or what? Am I like a ghost? God only created a black man. Mexican proud of a white man. You give the white man too much power. Here, I'll show you this real quick. Here, let me embarrass his ass. Check it.
Where the fuck is the warrant? You see you coming here with the warrant. You got this monster of a fucking truck with you.
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
For good reason. This is what we do.
Who the fuck are you?
Why?
There's got to be a chick right here. The black man is the greatest. We're the strongest. We're the fastest. We're the best at everything. You can't outdo us in anything. Yeah, that's why you don't rule boxing or anything like that. Hey, look, you're reading our Bible. Hit the link. Hit the link. You're making a fool of yourself. You're embarrassing black people. You're actually embarrassing black people. You're new to this channel, or else you wouldn't say the stupidity that you're saying. And then she, because it's a girl right here, it's an actual girl. She's over here like, oh, I don't hate Mexicans, but she keeps saying Mexicans. She keeps saying Mexicans. It's all good, family. Let's see where you're at. Oh, I think it's this one.
He doesn't agree with what he's all about.
No, we don't agree. Nah, not that one. Yeah, I think that's all I got. Oh, check it out.
But many African Americans, you are the Native Americans. You're not even African Americans, you're Native Americans. You're the ones that they brought blankets with, was it smallpox or whatever diseases, and wiped out entire communities because they said they came in peace, but they actually came in war.
So she says that you are not African, that you are, what do you call it, American from this land. It's funny. This is probably that chick that was here earlier. What's her name? Neftali, the fat chick. The fat chick with funk. I think I have, hold on, let me see something. No, that's about it. Yep, that's about it. Cool, fam. All right, family. So you guys take care. Let little Cece here have her fun and shit. You know what I mean? Let her express herself. That, you know, they go by little verses. And Acts 13, one word. All of a sudden, she wants to prove that everybody's black, but then they identify one supposedly black person, but because of that one person, everybody's black now. I just that makes no sense. But again, it does confirm the brain cells. It does confirm the lack of understanding, and it does definitely confirm. Matter of fact, you want to know something? Check this out. This is who you guys truly are. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 right here. This is your people right here. You see right here? That's your gente, and that's your poppies right there. Y'all are working together. The Jews and the Moors always working together, man. It's all good, man. It's all good, family. Let them talk. That's how stupid they are. Because you know what? No matter what they do, no matter what they say, they're still not going to hit the link. So at the end of the day, you know, everybody can be a glorified typist. But if you don't mean nothing, if you're here to hit, if you're scared, if you're a real Israelite, then you should prove your cause. Prove that you're an Israelite. But you won't. Y'all have a good night. I got a good, interesting song. Enjoy it.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta por temor a lo ignorado. Iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos, muertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado, y cuando nos dimos cuenta ya todo estaba acabado y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Hoy, en pleno siglo XX, nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos. Pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Tú, hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
The exodus to Tamawanchan has now been prophesied. Aslan is calling the children back to reunite with relations once forgotten. Ometeo has set the scene. It is up to the children to recognize the signs and return home. Return home. Return home.
We're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. Aslan, we're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. Aslan, going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. Aslan, going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. Aslan,
in search of my original origin, I know I gotta begin within, traveling like the wind, back to the place where I can find my true face, back to the start. I get my guidance from the spark in my heart. So now that the fire is ignited, all the children are invited to return back home, to learn that we will never again be alone. Welcome back by our spiritual family, reconnecting with that universal energy. Ometeo has set the scenery. The green shall appear more green to me. I shall breathe in the breath of purity, taken in by every tree in the forestry, of where the dependency, coexistence, knowing that there is no differences. We shall no longer be separated by the mental fits. I look around and notice that my skin is brown like the ground. The connection is obvious. To Aslan, I am indigenous.
We're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. Aslan, we're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. Aslan, going back to where...
Have a good night, family, and don't let the bed bugs bite on this nappy Negro right here. Yeah, I said it, because you can tell how racist this bitch is right here. Like I said it before, family. I was like, you just don't like Mexicans. Oh, it's not that I don't like Mexicans. And then there she goes and says, you're a product of this, you're that, and da-da-da. You guys approve, you guys don't contribute to nothing, even though we have the highest in regards to the children with higher IQs than most black people in this country. Talk about being on the bottom. Y'all can't create shit, haven't done shit, and the only thing you can do is search for empathy for people to feel sorry for you in order for somehow achieve something. Charles White said it himself. Y'all are losers. You will never win. You'll never be in rulership. You'll never be in rulership again. You're done. It's over. You've had it. Enjoy it while you can. Let the white man keep feeding you, because that's your buddy. The white man is your best friend. If I were you, I'd stop talking shit to him, because you're gonna eventually need his ass. When it's all said and done, and you find out that this Bible never belonged to you, ooh, it's gonna hurt. Here you go. Look, we built America. We built Europe. You see this family? You see how stupid these people are? So they ruled Europe, and they conquered America. And again, life is so beautiful, man, when you know you're right. All right, yeah, gotta have a good night. I'm gonna play one more song, and because this dumbass doesn't want to click the link. So let's have a little bit of a music session right here. Not that one, not that one. Stop. Shit, man. Oh, here goes right here. All right, family, have a good night.
Viven muriendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre vaya a favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rastachaya, familia, Magna White, son familia, ya no maniga.
هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي، هاللي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي، واللي جاي الدنيا اليوم وباغي سالي، ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي، هاللي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي، واللي جاي الدنيا اليوم وباغي سالي، ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. Un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente, con el sol en el horizonte. Pude hacer algo para calmar en mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, viviendo alto siempre. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rastachaya, familia, Magna White, son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like Silvestre Stallone. Esos tips van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada, cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Burruco Connection, Antarctic Field, dígalo. A mí nadie haría de París, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, píalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, it's original, man. Familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos abrilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final. Disparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas. 3 no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura. Si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y poner ritmo y los manos de todas 4 patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina? Va a probarla. Todo aquel en el party tan desagata. Guata, que el guatan alma. Vivimos muriendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Lo es man, never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa. Y nuestra prosa siempre para allá fabono. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu bro, sangre, si abajo sabías, pero yo no. Familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rastafarian familia. Magna Boy, su familia, ya no maniga.
Bombo cry, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna get your life, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué your life, fire them. I could stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap, bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rastaman and what Illuminati play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap, bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody, no kill them. In a crazy style. Challenge, fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. Pure nego is familia. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Es el que está a la mínima. Familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rasta y Zion familia. Magna Boy que doblaste manego.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensabas que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, yeah. Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en la tina. nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Saliste se peña aquí con una silla te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco mob, negro, yeah. Cinco mob, nigga, yeah. Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, yeah. This money gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor interprete que parido de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clown de clown en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.